What the hell was that? What? Oh my god. Is it back? Is it back? Welcome back to Workers and Resources. I'm hearing horns. Oh my god, they have new horns! Yay. Okay. Okay. We're so back. We're so back. Hello, Neo Contra. Welcome. Old horns everywhere. But they still have the same issue of like maximum volume. Yes. Hello, Happy Socks. Thank you. I got too excited by the horns. They added new horns, but they're as loud as ever. No matter how far away you are. What I was blabbering on about, I don't know if I was muted for that too. But they now have the default feature to allow vehicles to enter and exit the vehicle depot. That has become a game feature. So we will demolish this building because it will not allow us to let vehicles in unless we rebuild it. But leaving is default behavior. That works in general. So I want to rebuild this so it has the new aesthetics. Because the new depot actually gets like electric train tracks on the side when it is connected to a tram line. It's not easy to see right now, but it is supposed to work properly now. I just have to rebuild the building and hook it up again, then it should work. Hopefully we'll be able to easily do that. It looks like it's not getting in the way of the substation, the transformer. So they also added new things, which we will probably have to tear up the asphalt footpaths again because, well, they're not early start footpaths anymore. We have brick footpaths and brick footpaths with lamps, and they're very cheap. They only cost gravel and bricks to build. And they seem to have the same property as asphalt footpaths, almost. like, I guess they're the same. 95% is the same as the asphalt footpath, so... We also have new streets. We have brick roads with various properties. This one is not correct. It doesn't go 120 kilometers an hour, it can go 80. But yeah, brick roads. So we'll have to replace my footpaths with brick footpaths and tear up the asphalt ones that I did last time. Because we can't be having asphalt if there's brick stuff here, can we? Well, I guess we can. We can have like a mixture. Oh god, the horns, I love them. They're cool. Can't upgrade them. Another change that got added was you don't start with the water treatment anymore. There's a dedicated water treatment plant for early start, which is halfway as good as like a big water treatment plant, better than a small one. But the huge change is that, well, like huge, a bigger change is you don't get access to the small and big water well anymore. You have to run a big water well that requires workers in the beginning to actually extract water. Or use the surface intake that doesn't require workers, so you have to make that decision. They also added a new tram. Let me take out the loan. They added a new early start tram, the KM. 47 passengers for 13 meters. Oh, the Bokimu tram now can carry 100 passengers, so that one got buffed. Is that retroactive? Yes, my trams are a lot better now. Very nice. That gives me almost 50% more capacity. So a new tram got added. They also added a steam bus for train tracks, which is a steam locomotive. The where is it? The M124O Komarek can carry 42 passengers at 50 kilometers an hour over tracks. If that is the thing you want. I think that one got added. If not, then I haven't found a new one yet. Oh god, the horns. Can you replace brick roads with asphalt, or it functions like panel roads? It functions like panel roads, you can't pave them with asphalt. There's a little bit of a... Since it's not like fully released yet, there's a little bit of a bug where you can draw like another road on top of it. So like you can see it doesn't really upgrade, but if you draw it just right, it will allow you to place it. But what that means is it now has both the asphalt road and the brick road on the same tile. So if I remove the brick road, you can see it's like underneath. So that's a small glitch on like the exact distance, but yeah, they are not upgradable. They shouldn't be. Brick footpaths, no pavers and rollers, just a bunch of bricks. And workforce. I am tempted to tear this up and build it again. I really want to see this town covered in brick footpaths. I don't know about the roads. I mean, there are technically now brick roads with tram tracks. I'm not sure if I have the patience to tear up everything again. Because that seems a little bit much to do. But yeah, more stuff got added. Apparently, the early start DLC is like somewhat handled like early access, where they just keep adding more and more things to it. And the release was like not a full release, but just like the first version, and it's gonna keep getting improved more and more. We need to bring fire trucks here. Oh god, the horns. They're everywhere. So we have to update that route and probably add 2 more trains to it. We have to go through Kemesk, but use this as a transfer stop, so we unload the workers and load the workers again. Then we go here, unload the workers, load anyone that is here, and then go here, back to Kemesk. Unload everyone we have as a transfer, load them again. And that way we should be able to run workers to the area. And I have to tell them that it's now okay again to load workers at Sovskoy, 30%. We're not loading the workers for the rail construction office. They will be unloaded as a transfer stop and reloaded again immediately. And there it is, brick footpath. I will have to upgrade everything. Well, let's get to it. It's just my luck. That means all of this has to be upgraded too. Because if we start upgrading, might as well go proper. Brick path, yeah, brick path everywhere. Can't have no asphalt footpaths here. It's too modern. And like upgrading the road, I'm thinking about it. I really think I have to. Which means the trams are gonna have to go into like storage for a while. I upgrade the roads to like tram roads, and it's gonna be a mess, but I think we gotta do it. Over here we'll be a little bit more careful about letting the house leave, not running into like problems. Also, hello Thorgrim. Welcome. This is asphalt, right? Yeah. Thankfully we haven't upgraded everything yet, so it is going to be okay to like replace. It's not too much work. Building without power supply. Well, haven't set up the import high enough to deal with everything, I guess. We're basically running into power fluctuations now because the cableway is not getting any workers, meaning that the power plant is not getting any workers at the moment. And there's not going to be anyone working in the fire station until that footpath has been cleared up of its mixed waste. Which is taking some time, because they're prioritizing the removal of waste from the train depot apparently. Yep, that's the last workers. Finish this footpath, come on. Oh, did I lock myself in here? No, not anymore. Should be fine now. But yeah, something over there could burn down right now. That would be on me. Building is without power supply. What do you mean? Oh, because we're only importing up to 5 megawatts from the customs house because of the power line. I haven't upgraded that yet. I need to do that. I need to get the power plant back up and running and upgrade the line from the customs house to a better one, because we're struggling for electricity and it's gonna get cold very, very soon. It's a disco. Come on, vehicle. Be faster. Just gonna have to drive around. Oh my god, the horns. The horns everywhere. It's like the old times, except it's a larger variety of horns. And it's glorious. There we go. Send the workers back in. I hope they're going to be able to like transfer people over, because it's complaining about lack of electricity every now and then, and it might not do that. So I might have like a bit screwed myself. Some of them are moving in. Okay, they're being picked up. I have to go to the power plant. Oh my god, the cableway. Come on. You can do it. Okay, we have to emergency measures. Screw the heating plant. Send people to the power plant. This is not good. Oh, cableway is working. Cableway is struggling so much. I made a mistake. I made a mistake. I need to upgrade that power line at the customs. Come on. Needs to unload some workers here, then the cableway is going to be fine again. There we go, one worker. It's getting better. Also, there should be a bus arriving here soon. There we go. Workers! After the power plant, I guess you can... yeah, it's fine. Just go here instead. Alright, we got power again. Oh my god, the heating. 10 degrees, yep. It's running again. It's okay again. Fix it, thank you. Okay, it's at 6% wear and tear. We should be able to maintain electricity for most of the Republic when it's not undergoing maintenance. So if I shut this off, we're running at 8.4 megawatts. sometimes 9. Let's upgrade this. If we have another issue with the power plant, the whole Republic could die. Let's get rid of this wire and upgrade it with a 12 megawatt underground wire. Quickly. I mean, 12 megawatts is not going to cut it because we're limited to 8 megawatts. With this, I would have to upgrade that one too. I would have to upgrade the wire all the way to the city. We can do that. We probably have to. Oh my god, like this is... I basically removed the redundancy of our setup. If something goes wrong with the power plant, the whole Republic is dead. We can't mess with the power right now. I'll leave the bus route there. People can walk to the heating plant just fine, I think. Oh god. It's struggling near the end of the year. We need more than 10 megawatts at some point. I need another power plant. Have you paid back all your loans? No, I have not. We're taking out more loans. I'm doing a power rework right now. I also need another power plant. This is a mess. 12 megawatts, I guess. Then we have to upgrade this one, and then the next one, and so on and so on. I think I have to cut off the electronic imports at some point. It's getting ridiculous. But yeah, let's stay safe for now. Try and make it so that all the workers can go to the steel mill, pay back our loans, bring back the power infrastructure, because that small power plant is not cutting it during the night. And if it had to undergo maintenance, it would be even worse. We'll have to set up another power plant somewhere and send like a coal train to it with a rail distribution office. The horns, man, they're back. I'm tempted to let one of these villages deal with the power, like heating, not heating, with the power plant. Like I could set up a power plant here right next to the logging. Would have to bring a high voltage line into this switch. And then we would need aggregate transportation to it. Game did not like that. Game crash. I don't know why or when these happen. It's so weird. Minutes ago again. Hopefully nothing to do with the new footpaths or with the train depot that I'm demolishing. now. What's the train depot doing? It's getting close to finishing the demolition. Yeah, I can't upgrade this to a brick footpath until we have the power line to the customs house again, and I have the imports set up to at least like 8 megawatts. It's a bit scary. How many waste trucks do we have in these? 4, 5 in total. Okay. That should be fine. I see it already, like the early start DLC is gonna change so much that it's gonna be like a whole lot harder and different in the future. Which I'm looking forward to. Alright. These ones we can upgrade. That is fine. Brick footpaths. Not the one into the cableway station directly though. Only after the power line has been corrected. If I'm gonna upgrade all the roads, that's gonna be so much overkill. Like upgrade in the sense of I'm like downgrading them to dirt again and then building them as brick roads. But I think for the look of the city it would be awesome. No asphalt anywhere. Except on the bridges, I guess. Three more waste pickups, 3 waste trucks heading here right now. Gonna go with 12 megawatt underground, and maybe we can draw a 13 megawatt to the next area. I don't think I can draw a 13 megawatt off of this to the customs house. I guess I can try, but I don't think there's enough space. Plus I wanted to have this as like a backup while I'm building my own power network, and I guess that's what we're kind of doing. That's the last waste pickup. Now, we'll just do the 12 megawatt underground. Game? Why would you do that? Why is the game freezing right now? It might still work. Oh, it's because of, I know, it's because it's like removing all the extra planted trees that I had manually planted. Yeah. Including an autosave, like there were way too many trees planted here. So it wasn't actually crashing, it was just having an issue with the many trees that are in the area. Again, confusing the game. I might have to go over this with the tree removal tool. This is pretty bad. There we go. Like if I use the tree removal tool and touch this area a bit, it's gonna be like quite laggy. Or at least it should be better in the future. Okay. Bring the import back. We're gonna limit it to 9 megawatts. Means we're gonna have no buffer because the line leading from that area to further areas in our republic are gonna be only 8 megawatts as well. Maybe I should have a power plant near the iron mine. I can drive coal up there by truck from the train station. That means each area has like its own decentralized supply of power next to the major industries. I think that's probably the right idea. Ideally, we would be connected to the cableway station. So that the first workers arriving here have first pick. I might have to remove some of this mountain and place it here. I do not have... Wait. I do not have a high voltage switch here. So we would have to bring that down. Probably hook up everything to a transformer up here, get rid of the medium voltage wire leading up to the area, and then bring a high voltage wire down into... that's... I never planned for this. Okay, power infrastructure rework time. Sure. Why not? It's not like something could go wrong with that on Siberia. It's fine. Bulldozers. I have a couple in the construction office near Sovskoy that we can borrow. I'll just have to drive over here. It's gonna take a while. There we go. My god, why is the money going down so quickly? Fuel imports, man. 10 million. Export of 10 million in oil, barely keeping up. But yeah, barely breaking even with the fuel. That one shouldn't take too long to build. Just gotta wait for the excavator to be done. And then we have to tear up this wire. We have to put a new switch in. This old switch basically needs to be changed. But I don't want to disconnect the whole power infrastructure for the city for too long. How are we gonna do this? I guess this switch can never be removed, because it's responsible for the power. I guess I would have to set up another switch, and that one would lead up to the power plant. Oh my god, come on, money. We're losing so much money. What's the fuel price again? 7,000. If the pass is anything to go by, it's gonna spike up to 15,000 in a couple years. I mean, I have fuel reserves. I could stop importing right now, but if it gets more expensive later on, I don't know. I am prepared this time. We have fuel reserves. We could maybe wait out the fuel crisis, or it just gets worse, who knows. But we're not going to immediately fall over when we run out of money. That's the hope. Steel production is looking better. That just has to start with the exports after the footpaths here have been upgraded at some point. Build these. After that we're going to get rid of this asphalt footpath. We also have to get rid of these. My god, why is the demolition taking so long? The waste is not that far away, guys. Rail construction office needs some workers. We're rebuilding the vehicle depot so it can load vehicles in and out fine with the upgraded version. Just have to wait until the train track gets removed and then we should be able to place it, I think. Yep, it's just a train track in the way. Good. So that should work. And we're gonna have a proper vehicle depot that can bring trams here. And also remove them again if we would need to bring them to like a scrapyard. Would have to do that manually though. But maybe they repair fine if we keep them at 30%. You know that they carry 40 workers or citizens more per cableway, per tram. I'm pretty happy with that. You know, just 5 workers. Whenever we do rail construction, it's going to be a minimal amount. Oh god, the asphalt rework. I think the roads will probably stay for now, until we're more financially stable. Otherwise that might be pushing it a little bit too much. Excellent. I'll just have to place it again where it matches the train track. I think it was built where the building was flush with the other one, so can't have that. It feels like it's different. I think it has a different graphic now. I think it was here previously, but it's definitely much further back now. Perfect. And just road connection here. Brick. We're gonna use brick. Brick road with tram. There we go. I'm probably gonna do it. Yeah. I'm crazy enough to just... I don't know. We don't have the money for it, but now that we can make it look correct... Why are you paving that? Wait, why is that asphalt? It's not... Oh, you're rolling it even if it's brick. Okay, I was like, why are you rolling that? But apparently they do that too. Good job. Not quite to the cableway yet. We're getting there. Once we have the power line connected, no, I'm not going to do it right now. It's too cold. I was going to say I'm going to upgrade the footpath leading to the cableway. Let's not be crazy. We really need to start with steel exports. Or more oil. I need to hook up that other oil field. Oil prices would pay back a lot of our loans. I just always think like oil is not that fun. No, we already have signals here. Our warehouse with repair materials is on fire. That's somewhat expensive. Someone should probably do something about that. Oh, I guess we also don't have brick connections for the tram trafo, do we? I wonder if they are gonna get brick versions. Okay, it's probably gonna be too much effort, but at least we can build new or modified roads in the brick version. Strange icon, that. Hello, Zone Lunars. Welcome. I was just wondering if the cobblestone or brick roads are going to be slow during winter, or if they also have 40 kilometers an hour speed limit. We're on version 1.1.10 now, which has cobblestone footpaths and roads, although they call them brick roads. I'm not sure if they're good in winter. I haven't built any regular road yet that vehicles will drive across. But we're hooking up the rebuilt train depot with a cobblestone tram road. And I'm rebuilding this because it now allows vehicles to also enter from the road access. We can now bring trams to a city without requiring electric trains, and also take them away again if we really want to. Well, the cobblestone here has been built. I'm gonna call it stone or brick or cobblestone for a while now. Make sure about the underground tunnels not getting accidentally removed. That look very nice. And they have the same distance as the asphalt version. Are we connected to the customs house again? Yes, okay, the safety net is back in place. We have electricity from customs if we need it, and we Currently kinda need it. I need another power plant. I think large industries should probably have their own power plant, to be honest. And then they can provide power to the city until we can set up like decentralized power production, or like centralized power production rather, at some point. But right now, we'll try and fit a power plant here. It's gonna be fed by trucks. It's probably gonna have a storage next to it. And the power line going to the oil well might have to move as well, because it's now getting a little bit in the way. Hi Das, so building the yellow brick road. Like kinda grey, but sort of. Hello Border Patrol. Kind of. A brick road to steel production, I guess. It's so hard to see which brick footpath I still need to change back. Well, I guess I see it. Gotta be careful, because this is all hooked up to one connection here and it would become disconnected otherwise. I guess we can have a side footpath again. That will be fine. I think I used that last time as well. It's gonna make it easier. Doing this whole strip. Quick demolition. This power. I would like it to be out of the way. So we're gonna have to make another temporary power line here. Because that oil pump is still all temporary. Even if it's currently, again, the majority of our income. Gonna build that power line, which should be out of the way. This gives us the room here to flatten that. Minus 41 degrees. Is this before climate change? No, this is Siberia. Or Patrick. One of the two. We are losing a lot of money. I guess this is... yeah, this is an industrial revolution. No climate change yet, I guess. Some people say that it's probably gonna happen, but we're not believing in that just yet. It's only 1998. Work upgrades. This looks almost done. And then we have the cableway station in reach. Also, hello Earl Grey. Welcome. Then I should be able to unload Citizen here and tell them, the workers, to go directly to the cableway station, giving us more workers for the steel mill. And we're also bringing workers up here now by bus. The heating plant is running on its own with people walking here, which I will change this footpath to a brick one as well, because it's going to make it faster for the citizens. Looks like the footpath is done. We are not connected yet because of these upgrades. Money is irrelevant in the grand scheme of Komsomol. Whatever that means. We just gotta become self-sufficient, then we don't have to pay back any loans. It's fine. This, like, if they're starting to add brick roads now and like other infrastructure that is based on early start, I'm smelling another homemade infrastructure run coming up at some point. I believe that might be on the cards. Because that was a pretty fun run. Still running fine. Voltage is struggling a little bit, but it has enough electricity because we're not drawing that much wattage off of it. So, substation might be... no, the substation is fine. Once this line has been demolished, we're gonna set up a power plant up here too. I think these industries are like the main draw of electricity, but I might be incorrect. That's only half a megawatt. What is drawing that much power? Is it the cities? It's 2 megawatts for the city. Yeah, I mean the industry will provide work and also electricity. It's fine. Komsomol was the Soviet Union's youth party. Ah, okay. I did not know that until now. This will give us power capacity to 20 megawatt. Let's say 14, because 70% maintenance is going to have an impact. And our new construction sector probably also needs a new power plant. The one over here. We're getting firefighters now, so this area could be developed. Some workers over here every now and then. Building a village out, and I need to fix the power situation. It's important. These horns, man. I love them, but I hope they really fix the sound level. Where if you're zoomed out, they're quieter. As they should be. Why is no one picking up waste here? What's going on again? Why are you all not doing anything? Oh, you haven't been assigned to do anything. Well, there you go. But you're not doing anything either. Are you still like mixed waste? This one's full. Oh, I haven't moved the distribution office over yet. Everyone's dying again, and it's all my fault. Well, let's see if this one gains any more waste. If it does, then something is still hooked up to it. If not, we just remove it after like a year of inactivity or something. But yeah, the other waste trucks also need their task assigned, and now they have. So as soon as we clear the waste, things should be better again. But right now the city is undergoing a bit of transformation again regarding health, down to 77%. And the population numbers will be dropping. Keeps die of not having their litter picked up. Yep. That is what's happening. Picking up from the container village, but are you picking up from this container already? This one, mixed city. Okay. Go forth, become active, save the city. We're gonna lose a lot of people. Again. I shouldn't trust myself anymore with like saying, I'm gonna do this later, I won't forget. It's fine, probably. One container worth 2 small trucks and then a little bit extra. We got capacity. Increased birth rate. At some point I'm gonna be out of US dollars. We don't have waste issues here, right? No. That is just running fine. These 100% don't matter, because that's just a waste not transferring through the transfer point that will always be slightly full. It's absolutely okay. Two more waste pickups. Can click flatten it, but it's just gonna pop back up when I... actually, maybe not. Maybe it won't. Okay. That'll give us the space we need. I'll wait for the power line to be removed, I think. It's not really in the way per se, but trying to pull the mountain down is going to put the power line in the way. So we're gonna do it later. Yep. Procrastination economy. That's what we're doing. Now we can reach it. All workers, coal mine cableway. Thank you. Now it works. Somewhat. So a power plant with a conveyor, engine, and a storage next to it. And a distribution office to bring the resources to the building from the coal storage down there. I think the power plant here would be too close to the city. It should be up here. It's the safer option. Gonna flatten faster that way. Won't have to do as much digging of the tough stone. Come on, top right corner. Doesn't want to flatten it that way. Well then, I guess we'll just flatten it normally. It's gonna take so long. All right. Much better. Just the coal storage now, and then we're good. Probably can put the coal storage here, slightly behind the conveyor engine. Just need to flatten a bit of ground again. The idea would be to use a merging conveyor, and then we can feed it in from the top and bring it a little bit closer together that way. Something like that, for example. It's still tough stone here. Very annoying to flatten. I might have to get rid of the power plant and place it again after. Let's do it. I have to flatten more ground. Still don't have running water up here, so the water truck is constantly bringing fresh water. I mean, it's mainly this bit. And I could kinda avoid it too if I just went over here instead. Okay, let's try it without too much terraforming. Let's just place the power plant conveyor engine and see where it leads. Ugh, again. Alright. Not sure if that's enough. We will see. It's not enough behind the power plant, but off to the side here it would work. Just more flattening required. Or here. I think this is the one I actually wanted to go for. So we're gonna try and make this a thing. Ugh, my mouse finger. go. That shall be the power plant. New brick roads, because why not? No, fine. And a distribution office to bring the coal up. Small one should be sufficient. Which should probably be in the area where all of these are parked right now. Seven vehicles have room in here. Means I can get rid of the demolition offices. Construction office. And the bulldozers will have to go back to the construction office in Sovskoy. Okay, health crisis averted. We're still at 10,000 citizens. Barely keeping it, I guess. Health is down to 76%, but improving again. We're only dropped to 61% in some of these buildings. It's fine. We'll increase the amount of workers in the clinic, so it will recover the people a little bit better. Should have probably done that sooner. No, soundtrack over, huh? So we can't build water pumps anymore, like the small water wells. Except, I guess, if I copy-paste it, right? Yeah, then I can still build it, but it's not allowed anymore. What we did was too modern. Birth rate increase has been completed. We have water and sewage. Sewage is piped. Water has to be brought up here. Hello EXE, welcome. How's the waste management in Sovskoy coal mine, since we had another waste issue? Crisis. Still pure ash, which is good. They're going through the motions. Seems all fine, just needs to be transported up here, keeping this thing empty. 44% health, 17% health. Yeah, it's a good idea to bring up the hospital a bit. Once we have a power plant here that's functioning, then it would be easier to do the power rework, since we have enough power for the whole network, and we could like separate it in some areas. Still bringing in power from both sides. Sovskoye has its own power supply. Bugudonsk will now have its own power supply soon. I mean, you still need to set up the whole grid. Thankfully, it's a low capacity power plant, so a 12 megawatt wire will transport all the electricity to where it should be. We'll have to disconnect this, hook it up to the new one, run it from the customs house temporarily. I don't think I can bring the whole town off the grid for some time. I mean, I really would like to replace the whole switch with a larger one. It wouldn't take too long. I can only do that during the warm summer months. The whole town would be without power for some weeks. Would have to like set up the demolition office really close by, get rid of the wire, draw the new wire in, build it quickly. It can be done. Should I do it? Only after the power plant is running. Because the well, the cableway is also kind of like hooked up to that, isn't it? So I guess it wouldn't really work. Oh, come on, game, why do you keep crashing? What am I doing wrong? What's wrong with you? It's very crash happy today. It might be the brick roads, I don't know. I'm gonna have to take a look and see why it crashes and then report those. What did we lose? Is the waste being handled? Yes. It's not that long ago. We're missing the high voltage switch and the transformer. Okay, let me take a look while it's running. Only 2 of them had a report. First crash didn't do anything. Okay, reported. Yeah, because of the cableway, I can't disconnect the city. Unless I bring in like temporary buses that carry people up here. Why is this? Did they? I never realized that you can see like a grid on this. The wires apparently. Looks new to me. It would have to be a really, really fast switch to the new wire. And I don't know if I'm trusting myself to accomplish that. Only 800 workdays. When I dragged it directly, it was 10,000. So definitely worth following the terrain a little bit. Can you asphalt over the cobblestone roads? No. They work like prefab panel roads. I think I'm going to try and make that switch. I'm tempted. I could bring a power line down there. An alternate connection temporarily to make sure that the cableway keeps running. Or at least like tries to keep running for the duration of the switch. So they at least have electricity to keep bringing workers up here while we try and do that. Is that even enough electricity? I don't think so. That's, yeah, 0.4, 0.5, that's enough. The wire can carry 0.65. We'll be fine. Still using steam? Of course. And we're downgrading some of our asphalt footpaths down to cobblestone footpaths. Although it's kind of hard to see when it's snowed in. Beautiful cobblestone. That was asphalt. I just upgraded that to asphalt last stream, but since they added cobblestone footpaths now, we had to revert. Was the only way. Stop 3 needs to unload everyone, and workers are unloaded to walk to the coal mine cableway, where they can wait. No dump trucks. If it crashes again, I'll have to take a look at the log file. So we're gonna make that switch. We're gonna remove this wire and place a connection from the transformer to here, and then reconnect the other wires to this as well. High voltage ones with higher capacity. Means I should probably get ready to set up a demolition office to do that for us. Thankfully, there's not going to be a lot of waste pickup from that. So the demolition should go fairly smoothly and quickly. I think we just need a worker bus and yeah. That should be pretty much it. Can go into the incinerator. Hazardous mixed waste, construction waste should go here. Should only be mixed waste and metal scrap, I think. Will not require an excavator. We could draw the high voltage line leading up to this place already, so we only have to build a very small section. And then we would have to connect this basically after the small wire gets removed, so let's get that in place. But first the power plant has to be completed. $2.7 million fuel import, 3 million oil export, 3.8 million clothing export, 3.2 million fabric import. And those 2.4 million electronic import are what's kind of killing us. I could reduce the amount, but I don't know. I should hire more migrants. Now that the nation is stable again, we can get some more migrants. I have room. I also built a school in this area just for that purpose. My god, do we have a lot of room. Okay, let's let that get settled in first. We will also need more university educated people. Hello, Oprah. Welcome. Not even losing that much loyalty anymore for some reason. Maybe for the lack of workers? Maybe. Maybe all the disloyal people left. That conveyor is very shiny. So 440 people with low education waiting to go through the school system to become productive members of society. Still issues with health, but we're working on it. Let's not talk about the money situation. Our amount of money owed is almost reaching the amount of money we can borrow. This republic is having fun. I might turn off the electronic imports for a bit. Do we need electronics in Bugodonsk? We don't really need electronics anywhere right now because we're not boosting our loyalty with that yet, so we're not having the benefit off of it just yet. Well, we can turn off electronic imports. I might run a single truck or something, like to keep it really restricted. Could do some tourism, everything helps. Tourism would just require a lot more heating. But tourism can also go very, very like explodey on the money. As in like really good. Okay, as you can see, the train depot had an upgrade. That's why we rebuilt it. It now allows trams to enter and exit from the building directly. So we can now also send trams back to the building. And they would enter correctly and pick them up by train, allowing us to send them to the scrapyard if I want to replace them with better ones at some point. But now that these had an upgrade, I don't really see the reason. Looks like we're running a little bit low on year-old food production because not enough workers are making their way to the food factory anymore. Did they tighten up the hitboxes of the new buildings? You managed to build the city so compact. It's I think they're just normal hitboxes. Usually you need to be careful to like place the buildings first and then the footpaths. Because the hitboxes of the footpaths are kind of the issue, not the buildings themselves. You can draw footpaths very close to buildings, for example. Like you can see how close you can draw these. But you can't place a building that close to a footpath. So if I draw the same footpath here, and take the same building, you cannot place it that close because of the footpath. So it kind of matters in which order you do it for that. If you want to have narrow corridors and footpaths, it helps having the buildings first and then building the footpaths after. Health seems to be improving. Do I have a house here for highly educated? 160 people. Which is probably enough to run the school. It's also not that close together. Like if you think about it, there's plenty of gaps everywhere. Like, you could place these houses way closer together if you wanted to. Like, I mean, you can build them touching, basically. Which is ridiculous, and no one should ever do that. It looks hideous. But I guess there are some cities where that is almost the case. Alright, can we get some more workers to the food factory again? Money should be better now since we're not importing electronics anymore. It's going to become an issue at some point in the future. But for now, we'll keep them deactivated. And I might just run a single truck per city to the customs house to, like, the horns. Wait until loaded, wait until unloaded at the warehouse. I mean, I have large trucks for that, don't I? I could skip the transportation by train completely. Maybe those smaller imports cause issues. They would be able to carry 3.8 tons of electronics. I would have to drive through the customs house. We could unload 50% in Bugodonsk and 50% in Sovskoy, but I think Sovskoy kinda deserves more electronics. So wait until loaded. If we run out of money while you're loading, you will have to wait until we get more money. We're gonna unload 40%. Let's do 30%. And then we'll bring the rest to Sovskoy. We'll wait until unloaded. So Bugodonsk is gonna have like a minimal amount of electronics. I can't even reduce that to 20. Maybe I'll get a large shopping center in the area. Where people arriving by train will be forced to go to, and this small shopping center in the city is just for the people in the area to get electronics. They locked the 2.35 megawatt power pole, which means that underground wires are better until the tech. Yeah, they locked this one. But the underground ones are harder to change up if you need to change something. Hello, Pilzbeer. Welcome. This is way too green, we need to add more gray. Hello, Days of Plunder. Don't worry, I'm building another power plant. It's gonna help. Oh my god, the honking. Yep, it's back. It's kind of back. And it's still very, very loud at range. Even if you're not close to any vehicles. It's all across the Republic. Definitely something that needs to be changed. But for now, at least it's back. Okay, what other power connection do we have? I don't think anyone other than the oil well, which we can draw a power line to if we want to. Make it semi-permanent looking. Because I don't think that oil well is going to go anywhere anytime soon. Hungry for like socialism. No, what did you do? It's never gonna stop now. Oh well. Well, it's like the best time of year. We don't have the power plant yet. I don't know if we should, like... I guess we still have a month, but I don't think the power plant's gonna be built in that time. It's probably gonna, like, the switch over has to happen next year. But we can already hook up the other connections towards Toymasnoy and Gugoshny. If we really want to. It has to be on the network. We need to take care of Bugogodonsk. It's like the second line that draws the most power, I think. But yeah, we can separate the grid because we have the customs house connection of 8 megawatts now. How's inflation in the early start compared to normal? Almost 70 years into this run is impressive. Inflation is pretty bad. When the early start DLC released, it started you on the same monetary situation as the 1960 start, but that has since been fixed. So inflation is basically as if we were in 2028 right now. But with the, if you start now, you would be correctly set to 1930. So we're, for us it's a little bit different. It's as if we're like already 30 years ahead of time. Should I get bored and restart? Have 3,000 hours? And even with the 1960 start, I'm not sure it reached 2,000 maybe once. Okay. I had that. Yeah, I had that problem too, but I've just added more challenges to keep myself busy, and it's working wonders. Too many uninvestigated cases. Kirilov police station. I don't know why, but sure. Maybe Sovskoy factory had like problems. How's the waste situation here? Fine. Yeah, this shouldn't run into issues. I guess it was like during the crisis, the pollution crisis in Sovskoy, and then the people in the factory probably also committed tons and tons of crime. A bit of an overlap. We're still losing money. That's also because of the loan repayments being at 1.2 million per month. As long as we're making green numbers, it should be okay. But currently it isn't. Yeah, I don't think we have the time to do that switch over this year to the new power plant. At least not unless I want people to freeze inside our city. Does the pole wattage matter for how much power you can import? Yes. I replaced the 5 megawatt wire that I had towards customs with a 12 megawatt wire now. So at least now I have more power capacity, at least up until this switch, where I'm back down to 8 megawatts for the power pole. So I need another power plant, because our power consumption can go over 10 megawatts before I start any reworking on the power infrastructure here. I'm going to replace this with a 13 megawatt wire basically. And then also build a better wire leading towards Sovskoye. We can supply power from both sides. There's a power plant in Sovskoye and there will be a power plant in Borodyansk. So any separation here should not be an issue. Unless there's a fire burning down one of the power plants, then that site's gonna die. Still need to upgrade that last bit of footpath. I think right now is the best time in the year where it's warm enough. So please bring in some gravel, some bricks, and upgrade that. We have import from the customs house right now and we don't need a lot of heating. I think we're going to keep drawing that brick footpath out. It'll also help with the walking speed for people. Come on. Build it already. I mean, at least this time I have a bus route up here that brings a few workers to the area. And the power connection to the customs house is also much appreciated. Yep, I think there's some extra crime being committed inside the food factory? Nope. Kirov. There's one in the livestock farm. Can't really limit the range of the police station, unfortunately. I mean, the power line is basically ready to go. Not the switch yet. Or the whole power plant. or the distribution office bringing coal up here. I do already have a coal distribution office, but that one is like the surrounding area and the heating. We'll make a dedicated one for the power plant. Replacing this with a modern gravel processing plant would be so good. Could get rid of these two buildings, the road, the footpath, and just slap a modern gravel processing plant down feeding into the building, and then we could dump a lot of gravel into it. I mean, the setup up here works quite well, I guess. Or we could also get rid of those trucks and dump it in with a conveyor belt in a large quarry. Was modern industry was post 1960, right? Or was it 1961? 1958. Technically, on the rules, it would be allowed to go modern industry. I would be allowed to use it. It would unlock a lot of modern tech though, and might change the feel of the whole republic. Oh my god, the horns. It's so back. Is the footpath back? The footpath is back. Good. How much worse is the cobblestone versus asphalt? Identical in footpath territory. Asphalt is 95% walking speed, as is brick footpath. Footpath with lamps 100%, as is brick one. The road has a reduced top speed. 120 kilometers an hour is incorrect. It's actually 80 kilometers an hour and 85 for the other buildings. So, same as Panel Road, but with the sidewalks and the tram and trolley connections with sidewalks you get 5 kilometers an hour more. I'm not sure, I assume it might have the same like winter speed as like the Panel Road, which I think is 35? So you would lose some speed that way. Not very realistic, but they're much prettier. Cobbles are like soap in winter. I just assuming. I haven't tested it yet. I don't have any roads where vehicles drive over. I would need to go into a testing game to test it. I'm just assuming for gameplay purposes. And yes, I also mentioned that in the beginning that cobblestone is horrible in winter. Not very fun. We're talking about the polished, very slippery, square bricks cobblestone. These roads look different, the cobblestone roads here. They look like actual bricks, which... I don't know. They probably behave the same way though. It's just polished stone that slowly polishes off as vehicles drive over it, becoming very slippery. Distribution office ready. These vehicles are gonna cost us $500,000 per, which is fun. Since you don't seem to have that much to do, I'm gonna take 3 vehicles from you to handle that. And maybe I should have just like had a shared distribution office for coal. Would have made more sense, I guess. City's full of them, especially the older parts. Yeah. Horrible all the time, really, when they are worn. Tripping on them all day and feel them through my thin shoe soles. Wow. Not connected to the coal power plant? Nope, not yet. I am thinking about the power line rework. But the first thing we should do is replace this one. I don't know if now is a good time. No, we should switch over. Come on, power plant. Those brick footpaths are a really neat upgrade to gravel, because you just use bricks, and you don't have a paving and rolling phase. Well, you do have a paving phase, but it involves road cranes, and they do seem to roll it too. How are we gonna make that switch? Bugogodonsk could die. Wrong loading station. I have to load from here. It's only a tiny part of demolition plus some construction work. It should be fine, right? I mean, we can demolish it and pause it and see what it looks like, but everything in Bugogodonsk is gonna go down in efficiency for a while that rework happens. it up. And yeah, I need the power plant running before I make the switch, otherwise the cableway station is going to stop working. Yeah, it's already dropping below 13 degrees, partially. I think we have a chance. I think it's fine. Just need the conveyor, the power plant. Everything else is ready to go. What waste are we producing if I do that? I don't remember. Got a question? Well, I admit it's a noobish question, but is having a mining complex for 1,500 workers overkill? No. I mean, depends, like, if you want to go on heavy export, it's fine, but you're gonna make a lot of material and you're gonna have a lot of issues with, like, waste that you need to deal with, if you have that enabled. But I had a complex of 4 large chemical plants, which is 2,800 workers, and then also food factory, distillery, and other shenanigans in there. You can have very large complexes, but depending on what you have enabled, it will require a lot of things in the complex to function ideally. You will also have like your own police station in there, because with that many workers, crime will be quite rampant. So definitely doable. But it always depends, like 1,500 workers, you would need around 4,500 workers in the city just for that task. So you would need a city of like 10-15,000 citizens to make that work. With all auxiliary buildings, commercial buildings. It's only one coal mine with... It's 8 coal mines with only 1 refinery operational. Waste management is okay, I have separators. Workforce is limited. Okay. I mean, I have 1 iron mine here that runs 4 ore separators. One of them is disabled right now because I'm not producing that much. But if you have 8 coal mines, are you just exporting raw coal ore? Or do you have low quality iron mines, basically? Okay, looks like this is in place. Ranging from 22 to 80. Okay. We got electricity. Let's do the swap. Let's do the swap. Everything's gonna shut down. Let's go. It's 3 waste types. God dang it. Drop the mixed waste into the local storage, please, so I don't have to drive as far. Everything's gonna grind to a halt while this rework is happening. The city does not have power. Why do we not have power here either? I did draw a power line, I thought. Why is this not connected? Oh, because I don't transfer power from here to the transformer. Are we gonna do this then? Probably not. Not yet, at least. Yeah, this doesn't help. It has to come from that part. As for now, I am functional due to oil export. Yeah, I think like if you want to export all of that, you're gonna drive the coal price down. Like significant volumes do not give you a lot more money. Having some export to scale makes sense, but if you overdo an export of one resource, it becomes financially worth less and less as time goes on. That swap is questionable. We need at least power on the cable car station, so people can still go up here. Well, it's getting cold. I think I have to wait until next year. What happens if I take off this? I can't change anything on the power network right now. It's all that small wire. It's keeping everything together. Coal are produced strictly for the locomotive yards and stations, plus power heating. I'll be exporting it soonish, I guess, but only once I redesign my city. But why do you need 8 coal mines? How many citizens do you have? That's like overkill. I have an 88% coal mine, and that's like outputting so much coal. We get like 400, we get up to like 400 tons of coal a day if I want to. Same setup here. I guess this one is at 96% quality, so quite nice. But you must have like a massive network if you need that many coal mines. If you're mostly considering them for domestic consumption, that is. Plan was to export it, use it for heavy industry, so future-proofing. Okay. Also, I don't know if you're an early start, because an early start you don't have the logistical capacity necessary to manage that as easily. So I would be advising against that, but in modern times it's easier to run that many coal mines, I guess. But yeah, needs a ton of workers. Okay, we're below 10 degrees. No power switch this year, it's not gonna happen. It's another 300-ish migrants, very cheap. Only 76,000 US dollars. We can do that a couple more times, but then we're also out of US currency. And I kind of need some income in that. So we could consider maybe building a tunnel here to go to the customs house of Doskovatsk. Could also hook up the power on that side, if I wanted to. Like, we could build a power plant just running electricity to the west. Wouldn't be as profitable as running coal exports, but it still seems like the price of power is going up quite a bit. guess that way. Like, I would say 8 coal mines for export is too much. But I am wondering, how many coal ore processing plants do you have? Or do you plan on to export the raw coal ore? Because if you say you have 22% to 80%, I would expect on average 3 coal ore processing plants per coal mine. 2 to 3. Plan is 3, 1 is operational. Per mine or in total? I assume per mine. Then your math is off. Because you need 3 per mine. Like a coal mine at 88% can run 4 processing plants. If you have 220 workers producing up to 4.2 tons of coal ore, that's 880 something tons of coal ore per day. And a coal ore processing plant can run 210 tons of coal ore. This of course is at 100% productivity, so you have to multiply that with your percentage. You have a train loader in the works that will help off-balance the intake. But if you only have 3 coal ore processing plants, you only need 1 mine. You only need the 80% mine and you're good. Like this one I'm running at 100 workers and it's dealing with 2 processing plants throughput. One mine can run multiple processing plants, because this thing can output up to 880 tons of coal ore at 100% efficiency. Multiply with your percentage, so you're maybe at like 600 tons of coal ore. If you have low percentages, maybe 400 tons, which is still 2 coal ore processing plants. So now I would say yes, your amount of coal mines is way too many. Figure something out. Yep. You can transport the coal ore by train somewhere else, but it will require a lot of logistical effort. It's gonna be fun. So I assume now the power network's all done. We can get the workaround power line that will bring electricity down into the city for the cableway. And then next year we should be able to make the switch, hopefully quickly. I can drop another waste truck in here. So we only have to go to the demolition site once. Using the Poland map, I've already got the train system set up to a degree. Shouldn't have too many problems. Okay. Yeah, like I said. Think about moving 400 to 600, maybe 800 tons of coal ore per day per mine. About half if you turn it to coal on the site, of course. Yeah, the delivery of coal from the storage to the heating plant shouldn't be that difficult anymore, so this distribution office for the coal really shouldn't have that much work to do anymore. But of course we'll have to monitor it and make sure that this is actually true. Has a couple of assignments. I was thinking about using the Poland map. It's very flat and gives you a lot of like build space. Very much unlike Siberia map. Would be a very cool early start map, I think. Running a little bit low on the old highly educated workers front there. But the universities are slaving along. Making good progress. We could get a student hall, meaning that we would not lose anyone who's currently like getting an education to the fact that they become 21-year-olds or older. Oh, we even have an early start one. That is cool. Probably worth getting one of these. How many can they hold? 75. That sounds good. We can reach the grocer, so everything would be fine. South near the middle, massive coal field, north is iron ore, west is bauxite, north by north, west is huge oil field right next to the west border. Bauxite, not bauxite, uranium, okay. Sounds like a resource-rich environment. I guess that's one way to stop people peeking from one balcony to another. Concerned with the amount of loans. Well, the inflation is like doing its thing, I guess. I'll have to see if 3 trucks are enough to run this. Transportation distance is not that far from here up the hill. Just gotta see if they can keep up with it. that footpath to the heating plant we can do at some point when it's not cold outside. Okay, food factory is looking better again, more workers, keeping up with the food demand and the heating situation. Iron price increase is good for us, because that's one of our primary export goods. Should also drive up the steel price a little bit, which we're also planning on exporting. We have to fix the economy, like the economic situation that our amount of money owed is going up constantly. It's just due to the fact that the new capacity of the city is not being utilized correctly. Also, I need to make sure that the heating is fine. I haven't even looked at that yet this winter. I don't think anyone last winter died because of heating, so it should probably be fine, but we'll have to keep a closer look on it this time. Oh, we can have a footpath go through here for some more housing later on. But yeah, student hall is going to be nice. It's going to keep some people in the university education game until they're done. If we get someone into the education and they're like 21 years old, like 19 years old, only at 1.12, but we focus on them until they're done, then they should get into the student hall of residence. And the snow's back. Okay, we'll stop sending people to the power plant by bus and take them back to the heating plant and the fire station, because if the heating plant catches fire and there's insufficient workers in the fire station, then it's gonna burn for a bit. And we'll have a slight issue with our heating throughput. And I should plan out the other village, because the oil field is not going to claim itself. We could run a very long train for oil export from here to the customs house and it would be fine. Could run along the outside, doesn't have to go through Sovskoy. And use this part of the track, heading all the way to Nakorov Customs. I mean, ideally we would get US currency for that, because the ruble price is not that great. Like we get like 50% more money for, let's say, fuel export. 4,000 US dollars versus 6,000 rubles. If you export anything else, the price is almost 10 times as high on the ruble side. So exporting oil products to the east is terrible. So I need a train track heading this way, sort of. Going all the way to Dyoskovsk. Would have to bring it down, bridge across, I guess, and then run through the mountain somewhere. Or we tunnel through here next to the steel mill and just have like an oil train access to the customs house from there. Just giving them another tunnel that just comes out right next to the customs house, and then they turn around on the same track, basically. Avoids the whole terrain setup. But the terrain thing is why we're here, because it's challenging. Okay, we'll send workers to all the bus stops. From the bus stops they can go anywhere. And they should balance themselves against like everything. You will send people only back to the train platform if there's nowhere for you to go locally. But it is an option, but it should be deprioritized. So pick any of the other buildings, send them equally to the fire station and the other bus stop and construction sites. And if all of the other options have been exhausted, then you can send them back to the train station, and the next train is probably going to pick them back up. Now I want to like demolish this road and replace it with a brick road, but that's not going to happen. Are you kidding me? Well, we can move the heating plant. It's not done yet. People are going to be supposed to living around the outer side here, with commercial being close to the heating plant itself. We could move the heating plant further away, but if we want to be within like 200 meters, it's kind of like an ideal spot. Plus it shouldn't output that much pollution, since there's not going to be that many people living here. Slightly over 200 citizens. Yep, that should balance a nice amount of workers here now, which will not have any unemployment issues. I might turn off the workers going to construction sites for now, until all the resources have been delivered at least. In this village construction scenario, that might make sense. Probably need a vehicle repair station again, right? Small vehicle repair station. This one doesn't have it. Makes sense. And we also need would be nice to have construction offices here for maintenance, but that might happen once we have the construction sector up in the area. Steel is going to be delivered by a dedicated vehicle driving it to this area. And the rest will have to come by distribution offices from the village distribution from Sovskoy. Oh my god, the horns. Need a clinic. What else do we need? Fire station we have. Oops. Clinic. Get rid of the road. Don't think anything else really. Let's move the kiosk. Favorite Haribo jelly? What? I don't know. I honestly don't know. I need an aggregate storage here for the coal. Favorite Haribo jelly? I have to think. Always these difficult questions. I guess I like the... What are they? The cherry ones? I remember those. The gummy bears I don't really care much for. But they had like some cherry looking things and they were okay. Like the strawberry gold baron, everything cola with sour. I can see that, yeah. Am I forgetting anything? I don't think so. But yeah, gotta build that up for now. I mean, power, water, and heating and sewage is still open. Those are like things we will put in place and then... Just make a funky looking footpath through here. For fun. YouTube, how dare you? Oh my god. Technical service. Did it lower the volume? No, it's just so quiet. Might have to lower the volumes later. once buildings become like active and they can have workers on them, then we have to disable those. I mean, I guess I could tell them to focus on specific buildings only, which means fire station and no other buildings. Just like keep the other buildings assigned fire station, bus stop. Don't waste workers on anything else. No other buildings. Bus stop, fire station. That way, I guess I can leave this at like 5 workers again. Don't have to worry about that. That should be enough workers to keep the fire stations running with no worry in the world. I'm hoping for an increase in workers in the steel mill at some point, but I feel like we're bringing a lot of them to development 2 right now, and they're sitting there on the bus stops not doing anything of real note. So I might decrease the amount of workers making their way over there. Oh, volume's going back up. There we go. So in Sovskoy, we will only load 20% now. No waste storage for the student hall is not ideal. But yeah, that one's full of students now. Once we have a secret police, we should only allow it for like 50%. Probably more like 35% and higher. But yeah, that will give us like a consistent... the ability to allow people to study after the year of 21 without getting kicked out. They basically have the time to finish their studies now, which is going to increase the amount of highly educated people who will get through the system reliably. And if it's too much and there's too many people in here, we can still relocate them out and move them into houses to work as regular workers. Variable timing for the oil trucks now. Your route length is 1445. Divided by 25 vehicles means 57.8 seconds. Seems good. And if you arrive stretched out, every one of you should have enough oil to load. What about the one over here? That one's already set up to variable timing. That one's correct. I don't need that temporary power line. The power is already now going to transmit through this wire into the transformer. So this other temporary wire is obsolete, that wasn't really needed. We could replace this with a higher voltage one. So there's not going to be any power outages at all while we do the rework. And that sounds like a good idea. So we'll do that too. Replace this with a temporary 2.35 megawatt wire. And I think we could do the power rework right now if we put that in place, because the city doesn't draw that much electricity. I mean, right now during winter it might. It's at 2.1. We can handle up to 2.35. Yeah, that would make the power network rework here a non-issue, and we could even do it during winter. Let me know when that wire is done. I will set up the construction and then the rework. We're building up the village here to then allow a construction sector to be formed past the hill, protected by the fire station in the area. And we can deliver construction materials by train and run the construction of an oil field slash small town slash large city with a harbor. Okay, the electronic imports are not there anymore, but I mean with 3 point something, 2 point something million, I guess this is with the penalty rate, so it should be at 1.82 million, 1.5, okay. It's still dreadful. Let's combine some loans. And that'll take care of all loans with 1.5 million or less. And we're going to be at 3 pages of loans now. Lovely. And the repayments are now at 1.2 million instead of 1.6 million. So there's that too. Need the steel export to kick into gear. I think steel exported to the east is still going to be quite valuable. Yep, the price is a factor of 1 to 5. Maybe 1 to 6. That's okay. Train should be heading this way soon. Cement, bricks, nothing. We still have the train cars for steel in here, right? Yes. 240 tons of steel. Once the train decides that it's worth it. Are you still in like bugged out mode or what's going on? Like, go back in. I'm gonna have to change the signal. Okay, at least now you're not complaining anymore. So hopefully once we have 80% steel in there, you're gonna run an export. Which would be at around 480, 490 tons. New temporary power line of high capacity, like I said, needs to go in here. And then 2.3 megawatts can transmit down to the city via that power connection. And we should be fine to trigger the demolition once that is constructed. Maybe I'll give it like until end of February, but it's gonna be built very quickly. And I kind of feel like even at minus 40, we could trigger the rework. Kindergarten will be inaccessible for some time, hopefully not catching any fire. Okay, those trams are quite busy. Lots of passengers here. Good amount of workers for the steel mill. Might be a train that had just arrived, but if this is normal now, I would be quite happy. Temperature at slightly over 15 degrees when it's minus 45 is perfectly fine. So we do not have a temperature issue with this city. It's still okay. Even with the extra housing. Dips a little bit here, but also manageable. Got one more heating connection off of this place. I want to have more housing over here. That would be the place to go to. And then 2 connections on that side. If I want to have another heat exchanger for extending slightly more housing on that end. Is also available, but we have to be a bit careful with our heat capacity, of course. Alright, the power line has been made. Let's see if it is actually true when we test it directly. Power is fine. Seems to all be working okay. Let's do it. Now the power plant is working a little bit more, basically for the city. And once this is hooked up correctly, we can start linking things the way they're supposed to be. AKA the power lines going to Gugozhny and Tuymaznoy with 13 megawatt above ground wires is what I want. Because I like them aesthetically more than the other options. And it's as close to the 12 megawatt wire as we can get. Wow, even allows for an excavator here, huh? Well, the workers are gonna get there much quicker. Oh, they got here from Sovskoy? No. No Sovskoy demolition offices. No Gugozhny demolition offices. Just the ones local, please. Yes, that one. The other ones don't need to go here. It's fine. Bringing people from Sovskoy. Three types of waste. Three waste trucks heading here. Demolition will be done. We'll hook up the high voltage wire, which is the correct one, right? Yep, 5 megawatts. And then we can finish the rest. That's everything. Get it built. After that we can tear off this wire, because Gugozhny is going to get power from the customs house, and the other 2 power plants will deal with the other power on the end. Well, Sovskoy is going to deal with all that other power, because the large power plant isn't really hooked up into the high voltage switch yet. But it can transmit some power through the other wires through here. Well, there's no snowplow technicals. I do not have any snowplows because my vehicles are all very slow. And they're just running on asphalt roads and driving 40 kilometers an hour anyway. Hello 50. The early start snowplows are not that great. and I opted to go without them. And since I'm not modernizing, it's gonna stay that way. $200 people until the next research point. I think we did a steel export. Might be incorrect. We did not. It's all going towards construction still.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
It's not bad. I mean, loyalty is still negative, but it's better than before, it feels like. Before that we had like minus 1 point something, 1.6. And we're not looking at those terrible numbers anymore. We'll definitely get the research point once some more flats have filled up with some more workers. Could keep going with the migration or just wait for natural population growth. Well, the kindergarten is accessible again, which is good. Looks like the power line has been built. Which means that the temporary power lines are not needed anymore. I believe. Pause. Verify. Everything should still have power. Perfect. Good. Then everything is as it should be. Is that hooked up with gravel? I think that's dirt. Okay. Good. And we'll get rid of that too. And the high voltage line. All good. Long epidemic, sure. Still 400 kilowatt power import, amazing. But yeah, that's gonna take a while, so let me know when that is done and we'll draw a 13 megawatt wire down this path instead. After that is done, we'll do the other one. We have to draw it off of the new switch, which is over here. So it might also involve some underground wires to get some distance first. I mean, I guess I could go down here and then draw it off of there. With the fact in mind that the other wire that is currently in this location will also be removed. And this switch is at that point obsolete, I guess. I should be able to take the other one out also. Because that area gets power from the other power plant now. So it also is fine. Decentralized power. Just make sure we didn't hit the other power line leading this way. Okay. Could have been a problem. What did you demolish? Oh, the above ground wire, right. That one. Fair. And that means the whole switch is like done. The switch can also go. Aggressive power network rework. That excavator needs to go into a scrapyard. We're gonna take a road excavator any time of day now. No waste truck left. We have a YAG excavator. That one can go here. And that's, I guess, all there is to it for now. Unless I want to add more waste trucks. Money's looking a little bit better. But again, we don't have any electronic imports right now. And those were quite high too. So they are gonna come back to haunt us at some point. So right now we have 3 power networks. Bugodonsk, Kugoshny, and then the rest, which is all handled by a Sovskoy power plant. And if it had to undergo maintenance right now to only produce 70% productivity capacity, it might struggle. So we have to bring the network back together so both power plants can assist each other. We have to upgrade one of the lines first. Oh right, that only goes up to that point. That one is only 5 megawatts, that also has to be changed. Yep. 13 megawatt wires with 12 megawatt underground wire is what we're going to use. Don't think we can skimp on the underground wire, unfortunately. No, I did not click that. Stop it, game. I did not. I clicked that one. Sheesh. And then yeah, through the switch. And onwards. Guess we can draw it from the other side already and then make the connection. And the switch was removed in the meantime. So that would be our new power line on that side. Why is it drawing a power line to something down there? Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I think a 12 megawatt underground wire again. If push comes to shove, we might have to run a bus route up here for bringing some extra workers to the area. From the train station or the tram stop. There's a steel export. It's gonna be almost 2 million rubles. And we could make the train longer so it would load like 400 tons instead of only 250. Would have to run less frequently that way. And if the production gets too high, then we might have to do that anyway, otherwise the workers would go idle. But yeah, I think for the coal mine and the steel mill together, the cableway might not be sufficient. But if we have a consistent 150 workers here, that's gonna be nice. That seems like a good upgrade.
Показывает Москва.
Very hard to see in the snow. So we could draw it through here, but are the power lines above the cableway? They would be above the cableway, but it's still like, it doesn't look right. It doesn't sit right with me. I think I'm gonna build another switch here and just hook it up there and then draw 2 underground wires. To make sure we can transmit like the full 13 megawatts. Is that overkill? It is. We're not producing 13 megawatts, we're producing 10 at most. So yeah, just build this and we'll replace the underground wire with 12 megawatts after the demolition was able to complete successfully. Now that it's hooked up to something again, just needs the construction waste removed. And then we have to do it once more from Toimasnoi into Sovskoy. And inside Sovskoy we use 12 megawatt underground wires already. That's where we upgraded our network, so then it should be okay. We don't need the sewage unloading station anymore. That one can also go away. There's no truck stuck here. I just left it in case something showed up. What about the waste storage? Something is still delivering waste here. Something has the task to bring waste to the area. I have to go through the technical services. Let's see. Got lucky with my tropical map. Most of the coal ores on plain terrain rather than in the mountains. That is very lucky, yes. Let's rename this one to yeah, that's also obsolete. So if I see anyone set to transport mixed waste to container mixed obsolete, then that one hasn't been corrected yet. KMFs could be one, but that goes to a village one. Sovskoy factory, nope. Nope. You. Kirillov is doing that. Okay. We have a new technical destination, which is gonna be over there now. That should be everything. Your cartoon character is cute, thank you. power line has been built, so we shouldn't need any more power import at the moment, I believe. Means the power plant will have to handle everything now on this side. And we just have to connect both power plants together and then they can share the load. And we have to be sure to stay under 1.4 megawatts, which is the limit if both power plants undergo maintenance at the same time. I can assist with some power imports, but yeah. That's kind of like where our limit is going to be at. Looks like coal distribution is still quite busy here. Might have to give them another truck. These ones are fine. I'm gonna move one of the dump trucks back down. Cool. Got a power plant here now too. I need the distribution office for rural/national coal distribution. DO coal, no, DO aggregates national, that one. We have to bring coal here, which I should have already said, yeah. 80%. And a single truck will bring the coal from here to the heating plant. We'll have to get some housing set up. We'll have to draw the power line, which is going to be the medium voltage wire, where the rail construction office is now in the way. I have to kind of go up to the road. Maybe I should just draw it across here, but along the train track is maybe a bit silly. Yeah, we'll cross the road and then run it up the hill here. Which power line do we have? That one, 1.5 megawatts. The quarry is going to move at some point, I guess. Let's see how far we can push this medium voltage wire. It's gonna be a couple kilometers. But there will be a high voltage switch soon after. Like next to the construction sector. We're not gonna run the construction sector off medium voltage. But the construction sector will help us build this up. There will be like a high voltage connection from both ends leading into this medium voltage wire, so any settlement here will be doing okay. They would build it here probably, wouldn't they? Let me try and bring that closer to the road. Not everything. That looks okay. Sure. Surviving Mars music? No. Carl Casey music. White Bed audio. Hello, Archduke. Not yet, but soon. Okay, power line seems to be hooked up. That means last connection. Electricity is still present. It's the last power line for the upgrade right now. I could leave it on 8 megawatts so they don't share too much electricity between the networks, but I don't think that is not a good idea. Because we might want to have like 10 megawatts from the border transmitted throughout the network in assistance to our existing power plants. And then having such a small wire in the way would be just a problem. I guess we can give the unnamed settlement a name already. It's gonna be close to the train station like Kemesk, where we had the name tag dropped on the train station pretty much. And the new settlement is gonna be Show. So development 2 has a name now. And we need more money, because we always do. kindergarten, housing, and I don't know what else. I think that should be everything. We will need 2 more passenger trains on the network to handle that extra distance from Kemevsk. Or Kemeisk. No, it's Kemevsk. To this area. Some extra workers are making their way over here because we're delivering a few too many. But that's okay. When we have enough materials, I can basically turn on a construction site and let the workers flood the construction area and just build it up there. They're not allowed to walk onto any, like, any building to work there. Which we can also change once we want to move people in. So the things get, like, pre-charged with heating. But right now it's not necessary. And we don't have power, so it doesn't help. We'll need a police car. We'll need a ambulance. And we'll need a dump truck for the coal. That's what we need. And we can distribute that into the buildings. Tell the dump truck to pick up coal from the storage into the heating plant, and everything should be in order. Now we just need residential buildings and a kindergarten. And that's pretty much everything. And the deliveries of resources, of course, but only once we have electricity. A monument. I think that's it. Maybe a gas station. Gas station down here somewhere, later on. Hello, apparently potatoes. Welcome. Already another 20 years missed. Yeah. But progress on Siberia is kind of slow, so I think you're good. I just did the power network rework, so we now have 13 megawatt wires making their way through the landscape. And also the old ones have been rebuilt or are in the progress of being rebuilt. This one I just tore down, so I have to draw new high voltage wires. And we have a new power plant. Let's see, off the peak, highest point, yeah. That would be the new high voltage line, replacing our current one. 8 megawatt upgraded to 13 megawatts, because why not? Since we have 2 power plants now, and I realized that when a power plant that produces 10 megawatt has maintenance and goes down to 7 megawatt, and our nation consumes 9 megawatts, 1 power plant was insufficient. And the customs house only imported 5 megawatts maximum. That also has been upgraded to 12 now. So should be a quick construction, and then everything is back in order. No more power imports for now, that's why our money is staying fairly stable. We could turn it to some exports. I have some spare capacity. And the power price was not that bad. Coal exports would be better, but some exports I guess are okay. That way. Don't want to go over 70% with the exports. Otherwise, we run the risk of a power outage when this thing undergoes maintenance. But yeah, this looks fairly good. And we don't have to worry about the logistics of coal out the border. It will increase the coal consumption here, and we'll have to see if the distribution office is enough to handle it. But it still should be okay. Maybe 1 or 2 more trucks, we'll see. A little bit of power export doesn't hurt anyone. This is like how I want to like start the game, just villages cutting across the map, but if you don't have a factory somewhere spewing out money, I don't know if it's sustainable. Looks good. The slow creep across the landscape is kind of fun. I thought this was directly connected, but there's a little bit of... Wait, is this connected? Yes. I guess that's fine. So yeah, housing and kindergarten. We have a clinic. We have a police station. Where are you coming from? Technical service. That doesn't tell me where you're coming from. You're like one of the old vehicles that needs to be replaced because you're so slow. Machine replacement in progress in the steel mill. I am tempted to like put a dedicated construction office in the coal mine / steel mill area just for that reason. So maintenance here is a little bit quicker. We need mostly like open hull and covered hull materials. So like a 6-slot construction office with 3 trucks each would like help quite a bit with the maintenance of things in the location. And I do have space here. So let's build that. It's not going to have a lot of surge range, but it will pick up the resources, maybe even like locally, just move the steel from the production material side into like the steel mill itself to like accelerate maintenance. Then bring mechanical and electronic components in from the storage in Sovskoye and we're done. So probably like 4 covered hull, 2 open hull trucks should do it. It needs a lot of mechanical components and electronic components, so I would say that would be the balance we're going to strive for. And if I need more, there's more room. Could also have one up here, I guess. On the entrance. I guess I'll put like, yeah, 4 covered hull trucks. We have some spare large covered haul trucks that we can use for that purpose. And I guess one assistant maintenance construction office for the whole manufacturing setup will keep things moving and reduce downtime. I really like this road leading through the mountain pass here. I think I have to move the bus stops for now and give myself some more room. So you go to these ones, not to those anymore. Yep. Then wherever I want to send workers, I can send them to a construction site basically. But these bus stops will now become obsolete. As soon as they're being sent to the other ones, these ones will become empty and not used anymore. And then I can put a gas station over there if I want. Maybe up here, flatten the terrain a little bit, put the gas station on the road. And the technical service will just dump into this waste storage. We're not going to set up another one. This is like for surrounding villages. It's kind of perfect. Don't have to do another one. Speaking of waste storages, the clinic needs a waste storage. I guess the small clinic is in range of the rail construction office, so theoretically it could try to pick up people from there. Police station is not in range of anyone. I mean the quarry technically, but that one doesn't have any workers. I need to bring the bulldozers over here so I can flatten more ground more efficiently. I should go down a level. I will have to probably bring the sewage pipe out here if I build a larger settlement. Or down along the oil field would also work. But the construction sector would be first. The delivery of materials to a site over here. Delivery of bitumen, delivery of cement. All pretty much by distribution office. Off to the side of the road, over on this side, is where the materials would be delivered. Then we would have construction offices on this side, I guess. Or maybe also on this side. The train track would need to be able to like run along this and go out to the right and straight up to the new city location. That's what I'm envisioning here. Let me move the terraforming vehicles closer. I haven't built that section of road yet. 58% wear. I think you're gonna head back and get some repairs. Meanwhile, we're gonna pull out the bulldozers of the construction office and get an excavator for ourselves. Let's get 2 road excavators. $300,000. And the other thing we could do is a construction office in this location, allowing us to help with the construction of footpaths by moving like 1 or 2 personal cars in. So if we put a source here, it would need a road connection. And now the bulldozers are all gone. Too narrow. Oh yeah, okay, never mind, that's not gonna work. So one of the bus stops may be up here with the construction office next to it. We'll wait until this one is empty, get rid of it. And yes, we'll put a pre-construction office here. Picking up workers from that bus stop. Not being allowed to build anything other than buildings. Which is a lot, but building construction we can manage manually. No buses in storage, but we do have some personal cars, so let's use these. They're gonna help. Oh. Not set to other buildings. No one should be going into any of these. The graphics might show it, but they're not allowed to. Good progress. I mean, we're pretty much ready to move people in soon. Like I said, the area around here can have housing, not getting too close to the heating plant's location. I guess the dump truck can already move coal in. And one more personal car, because why not? They're gonna be fast. Technical service in place. It needs a water truck, a sewage truck, a large and a small waste truck. Mixed waste goes here. I mean, it's gonna have the same assignments as the other technical service in the area. I can just copy the assignments over. Water and sewage from Sovskoy. Hazardous waste to the incinerator in Sovskoy, and mixed waste to the village container. I'll move the police car over, I think. We'll get a water truck, a sewage truck. We're gonna move them in as soon as the water and sewage substations are in place. And the waste trucks I can already put in place. That's fine. Like one of these and a YAG. We'll handle the waste removal from the area. And once the waste storage for the clinic is up with the hazardous waste, that large waste truck is only going to either carry hazardous waste or remove the waste from the heating plant occasionally. I think I'm going to put a waste storage here for the fact that when the truck is out and transporting the hazardous waste from the clinic, the heating plant shouldn't stop working. So this will be like a storage dedicated for the heating plant to make sure it keeps on running. Because we only have one large waste truck in the area. And for this heating plant I'll also have to build it, which I guess we can do right here, and it'll double up for waste storage for the repair station. We'll bring like 10% repair materials. Way few, it's a very small amount, similar to what we have here. This one might be set higher. It's at 30%, which I guess is fine, yeah. And we'll need a truck delivering steel too. Terraforming equipment is in place. We'll let them refuel, then disconnect the road, and we can start thinking about how this is supposed to look like. I think laying the train track, how it snakes around this along the mountainside and then moves off to the right with the potential of going towards Lyoskovsk, around the lake here, is one option. Just have to go through the terrain, maybe another tunnel, and then through here. Would not require any tunnels anymore. Or just terraform it. But the oil field is the other one, pushing through the terrain. Pretty much the same height here, until we get to like the flat spot for the city where we can go down. I guess the city is also at around 30 meters. Drops down to 10 meters. 30 down to 10. I also need the steel truck. Am I running steel by truck, or is it a distribution office bringing the steel to the repair stations? Should be a dedicated vehicle, right? It's a dedicated vehicle. A Yard 12D open, isn't that overkill? Feels like overkill. I guess you can run both repair stations then. So after building materials, you're gonna bring steel to this repair station first, and then the other one, and you wait until unloaded on this one. That should be fine. Don't need another truck for that, like the R12D is a very large vehicle. One should be sufficient to handle both repair stations, even if the distance is quite long. I want to know what the limitation of speed is on the brick roads. I don't know if they had like brick roads outside the settlements, or if that was like a... I guess they did have. Replacing all of this with brick roads. Oh my god, these excavators are killing me. There you are. Go to the scrapyard. Do we have any else left of that type? 3. Also kind of that old. Yeah, look at those slow material deliveries, it's painful. We definitely should have a construction office here to help with that. That's gonna make the steel mill more efficient, even if it only happens every 10 years or so. We could also make the machine replacement more frequently, so it takes fewer materials. CO maintenance of Sky. Well, you're not really going there anymore. Going to the scrapyard. And the last one is a demolition office vehicle. All the way up here, just chilling. I guess that one is fine and can be replaced whenever it runs out of time. And you need another excavator. There you go. Plenty of vehicles for our comrades. Good progress. It's gonna be nice having a source of construction materials in the area. I mean, we could already like take materials from that storage, which is used for the rail construction. But the deliveries were kind of slow because the storage was kind of small. So I would like to not take from that if I can help it. As soon as we have a rail-based connected construction material storage over here, things are going to change anyway. So the train track, we'll have to go down here and get to the construction sector, that's clear. But otherwise I think it can run through this area. We have to see where. I thought we would have a village over on that side, so sharp turn, maybe stay close to the hill, and then proceed to have another train station here for a slightly larger town, which will staff the construction sector and all the buildings in it. Maybe a heating plant on that side, with coal delivery for brick factory. Would be better than like transporting the bricks to the area, I guess. But that would be a path that the train could take. Man, the honking. I wonder if there's a traffic jam somewhere, because there's a lot of honking. I think there might be some traffic issue somewhere. It's not normal. Jesus Christ, what's going on? Why are you honking so much? Or is that like a small, slow excavator? Oh, it's Thorgrim, never mind. What's going on? What's with all the honking? Is it like the vehicles like getting into trouble with the trams or something? Oh. I can hear where it's coming from, depending on my camera. Oh, it's this one, I think. No? A couple of them at least. Oh, it's going to the scrapping facility. It's probably that one. We're not going to make a connection like that, thank you. Jeez. Get rid of it. And here we would have a junction going through the oil field to the city. And the other one, maybe heading down with one or two more villages towards the Western Customs House. What's the solution for heating? I just started town die from 2 fires and small heating plants in the same winter, and both got put out but the loss in productivity meant it couldn't get back up to decent temperature. Fire station next to the heating plant, so it gets put out really quickly. And it doesn't have to send the fire station there for a kilometer first. My heating plants always have a fire station next to them for that reason. This one needs a waste storage. So, if there's a fire here, it just drives out across the street and puts it out. It wastes workers, of course, but on Siberia, it's kind of important to not have the heating dip down, otherwise you're going to waste all the other workers in the city. And it's minus 40 and the heating plant has an outage. It's kind of important that that outage is very short. 200 workers here now. Very good. It's time to upgrade that footpath. Very wise. Yeah. But yeah, if we had like, if we said like, okay, this fire station has the heating plant in range, yeah, technically, but is this downtime going to be worth it? And if the worker amount is like a concern, you could technically have a fire station with a helicopter in range with the helicopter being as close to the water source as possible, so the initial trip from the water to the heating plant is as short as possible. Because if the vehicle has to fly first to the water and then to the fire, it's going to take even longer. So yeah, if you don't want to waste that many workers and are fine with wasting some fuel, helicopter fire station would also do it. We're gonna pick up steel and bricks, I guess, from the storage. Prefab panel and some boards you have to pick up from the other ones, like normal. But you're mainly doing maintenance on the steel mill, so you're probably not going to require that anyway. Mechanical and electronic components down here. You are not going to bring the workers, you're not going to bring gravel or asphalt. So, there you go. That's your task. See your maintenance steel mill. Anything up here in this area, and maybe a little bit into the city, but not too much. One of the hidden stuff in workers is that fire vehicles require various number of staff depending on the chosen vehicle. And if there's not enough staff, the vehicle does not leave station or is not effective. They will leave the station with one worker. The amount of workers is basically their level, so this one can support 5 workers, and this one can support 10 workers, and together they combine to 15 workers in the fire station. You don't need to have a full fire station on the outbreak of the fire. Like if a fire truck with one firefighter arrives at a fire, he will keep trying to fight that fire, however long it takes. But you constantly need a trickle into the fire station. So if I have like 3 or 4 workers here, but it constantly cycles, those 3 and 4 workers will get locked onto the fire, and then more workers will pour into the fire station and fill out the remaining slots to hopefully combat the fire. So only having like 10 out of 15 workers here is fine. But if I restrict it to 10 workers only, then I will never have more than 10 firefighters in the station. Speed is the number of staff. The speed, yeah, the level is the number of staff that the fire truck can carry. Similar for an excavator. I found that out recently when I did the math. The excavator level is how many workers at 100% productivity it would replace. So an excavator of level 15 in a quarry will produce 7.5 tons, of level 15 will produce that times 15. Yeah, 7.5 tons per day. I want to plant some trees because I think the settlement is set up the way it's supposed to be and going to stay. I don't think there's going to be any housing extension anymore, but maybe. But the trees can still start appearing again. Okay, this looks pretty well set up. Some minor construction tasks left. Materials almost on the construction site. Could send some workers on them, but let's do this one first. Send workers here. This has so much room. I could relocate the rail construction office over. Or we could have it on the construction sector, just plan a rail construction office over there. I mean, the temporary rail construction office is not going to stay in this area. But it certainly helps build things. For example, this train track. This will have to come off from the main line, go down into resource storages. Oh my god, this looks horrible. Don't build that. Jeez. Why do we keep doing that? Something weird with the line snapping tool. I'll add that. Often, trucks beat the helo depending on your layout, but the helo may save a few buildings that the truck may not get to there in time. Or if you have a truck with 5 workers fighting it until the helicopter dumps a load of water onto it, that would also work. But yeah, trucks are faster, workers are relatively cheap. If you build a firefighter helicopter office, then it's going to be used for pretty much everything in the area. And they do take aluminium and a lot of fuel as maintenance. So they can be quite expensive. No, I think we're gonna leave the brick production next to the coal. Just bring any construction material over here by train, I think. Or not. We need a lot of bricks for city building. And coal is easier to transport. The honking is messing with my brain. I can't focus. Stop honking. Hello, the angry German. Welcome. I mean, it's constant, like, no matter where on the map, you will always be informed about that there could be a traffic jam. It's crazy. I'm seriously wondering where the sound was coming from, now I know. Yep, they added all the honking sounds again, and they are not getting quieter the further away you zoom. So it's that thing again. $200 workers in the steel mill. That looks good. How about the distribution office? It's not overloaded. But I kind of want to give it like... let's say... How much steel do I want to export? Like 400 tons? 450 tons. I mean, 400 would be 5 train cars, right? So we could do 490-ish. No, let's give it 2 more train cars. And the train cars, you can go and I'll buy them while you run to the customs house. These ones. 2 more. Only costing us $1 million for both of them. You're only using early start vehicles? Why are you using asphalt roads? Surely they can't benefit from it. Because we're in Siberia, and Siberia has a lot of snow, and the early start snowplows are terrible. So when the asphalt roads are snowed in, the speed limit maximum is 40 kilometers an hour, which is good enough for early start vehicles. So I don't need to plow the roads, and they're driving pretty fast anyway. I'm not just using early start, I'm using pre-1960, so I do have pavers and rollers. Thankfully. But yeah, I started paving and rolling them before pavers and rollers became available. They are quite useful. Like, some vehicles benefit off of it, of course, because they can go 60, which is also enough on gravel. But starting October, going until May, everything's going to be snowed in and super slow. And that's when the asphalt shines for that minimum speed bonus. Gravel is like 20, 30-ish. And let's not talk about dirt in the snow. It's horrendous. You have enough workers. So yeah, I would like to have a minimum speed of 40. And I'm paving the roads because I don't want to have snowplows. That's the reason. If that makes sense. At least that's my reasoning. So yeah, kindergarten and some houses. One large house with like 30 people to act as a source for the highly educated workers. 36. And then the rest just regular old houses. When we have to clear out all the other free buildings, set the train route to not bring workers here anymore, and everything should be good. And the honking agrees. I'll switch that building over to hold only highly educated after the other ones have been placed. They can reach the train station from here. It's gonna be fine. Okay. 10, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's 90 people. We're gonna have more houses built around. That's 36. I want the small houses to be like at least 150, I think. So 15 small houses. Hello Sheku, welcome. That's very useful, playing the same settings after not playing Siberia before, it's a challenge. Yep. Siberia is a challenge. A good one, I think. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 plus 36. So we're at like 176 people. 176 houses should be good enough for 200 workers, I think. We'll see. Don't know if I can get a footpath out this way. Seems like that might be asking for a bit too much. Oh no, it works. Not here though. And the local construction office can send the workers and help with construction a bit. It is allowed to do that. What's going on here? Oh, rail distribution. Yeah. You're not doing what I want you to do. I mean, you're doing what I want you to do, but you're doing it incorrectly. And I'll go back to the depot, thank you. Or did I have to set up another way for them to leave here, which I guess wouldn't be too bad to set up. Yep, that would do it. That way we wouldn't have issues with train deliveries to the area anymore. They can enter and leave. And other trains will only be allowed to move towards this location if both the purple and the orange block are clear. And this short blue section, which is where the delivery train would enter, so they're not allowed to move through basically. And I guess that signal is only here to make sure this block is also clear for the train leaving. That should do it. Now we have more steel export capacity. 410 tons. Sounds good. Especially since we have 130 tons inside the steel mill as well. So there's more steel here than it looks. But I don't want to empty out the outside storage, because then the warning message about lack of steel is going to trigger. So that will be around 3 million now, depending on price fluctuations. Excellent. In my mind, I'm wondering if I should set up another cableway line and replace this bus route. Just ferry workers by cableway, but I don't know. The bus route is doing a good enough job. It might need more buses in the future. If we need to run the other coal ore processing plants, which could be a possibility that I should start building these up now, since our steel mill is starting to run fairly high volume. Okay. Yeah, you can help with bringing construction materials to this. This is fine. Did the power switch go well? Yes. We have 13 megawatt wires now going into Sovskoye from Bugudonsk, and we have a another power plant. So this power line was upgraded from 8 megawatts to 13 megawatts. Officially only 12, because we have an underground section here that can only carry 12. Because I didn't want to have a power line going over the cableway station. Would have not liked how that looked. And then 13 megawatts down to Gugozhny, and from there 12 megawatts into the customs house as well. Currently running a little bit of an export. Making sure that our power plant in this area should not be over 70%, which currently it is, because it's winter. But yeah, making a little bit of money on electricity. Thank you for the follow, Burns, much appreciated, and welcome to the stream. I think the honking has been reduced a little bit now that the other excavators are gone. I'll take it back. They're still going crazy. What is going on? Where's the honking coming from? It might be on the way to the construction site somewhere. It sounds like it's coming from this way. Oh. Found it. I found it. I found the source. Jesus Christ. I found the traffic jam. I think we can drop this down to like one dump truck. And put the other one in storage for now. I'm also thinking about, like, could you run a republic that is constantly at 0 money? Because you're basically, like, you would need to produce enough power to, like, barely deal with the loans you're taking out, but... or, like, whatever resources you're importing, but you should never have enough money to pay back your loans. So basically you have, like, vehicles staying in the customs house waiting until loaded, to make sure to transfer all of the money directly back into resources. Let me check the wear and tear on buildings. KMS kind of has a flat on 37%. KMS needs a bit more maintenance. I guess the construction office in Kirillov might not be set. No, it is set to 30%. I guess it was stuck for the longest time at the maintenance of the gravel processing plant, so hopefully that's gonna be fixed fairly soon. Yep, that thing is driving almost 40 kilometers an hour on the asphalt. No snowplows needed. If that's the same for the brick ones, I don't know. I'm going to test that after the stream, I think. We have our research point. Is it going to be secret police? I think it's going to be secret police. That means I'm going to prep these houses to not have anyone move in, because that's probably going to be migrants. And we'll research secret police. We'll have to do that in Bugodonsk, because that's where our party HQ is located. One free research point that doesn't do anything. Party member ranking into the secret police. Well, the steel export went through. How's the steel production? Not bad. Another export soon at that rate. Maybe we'll finally run through some of the iron and the iron trains will be strained. Honking. There's another traffic jam somewhere. Okay, let's see if I can locate it with the sounds. I have to make it so it comes from the center of the screen, which is about here. It's still in front of us. Sounds like it. Could be behind us. Can't read. Oh, that sounded like behind us. Is it these ones? It's the meat trucks, because they only go 30 kilometers an hour, and now all the trucks stuck behind the meat trucks are honking. Because that's what you do when you're behind a slower vehicle. You just honk. I could make the whole map like 30 kilometers an hour and just like forget about all of it. But then we're losing 33% speed for most vehicles. Instead we'll just have to deal with the honking. Or get faster meat trucks, I guess. Or run it by train. I don't really have an unloading station for refrigerated goods in Bugodonsk. I'll set up another waste storage here so the power plant doesn't stop running immediately as soon as the waste internally runs full. Is there a site where people share save games like this one? I feel like I could study these layouts for hours. I don't know about the site. I guess people upload some of their saves to Workshop. But I don't know. I sometimes upload mine to like Google Drive and share the link on Discord. Or like on stream. Haven't uploaded this one yet. Still kind of like an active run, I guess. Mega City 1 did get shared. I'm not sure if we can go back to that with the performance, but I'll try and load it on my new PC when and if I get it. I need 2 new passenger trains in preparation for... Actually, we're already bringing people to the new stop and I haven't added any passenger trains to it. So the route is now 2075 divided by 8. Which is 260 seconds per train. And it still seems to work okay. Mostly. I was wondering if the train clipped through the mountain there. Shouldn't have happened, but it looked a bit like it. When's the next train arriving? There it is. Let's see what it looks like. Providence gravel. It's missing coal. That's not good. That's the whole like power plant heating setup for the area. We'll have to investigate. But first the important part. Does the train clip through the mountain at some point? I thought somewhere here, but maybe it was just the smoke. No, it does. I saw it right here. Okay, well, we'll fix that. Can't have no trains clipping through mountains in my world. There we go, that should be enough. So this should be receiving trains by a distribution office, which is on its way with 600 tons. Slightly delayed, for reasons. I don't know why you had to brake for the passenger train, but sure. secret police is supposed to cover this housing block. Make sure that the people working in the TV station are only of the highest loyalty. And we will get it started and attempt another loyalty boost session by getting a fresh set of highly educated migrants who should have really high loyalty to start with. Alcohol production is still sufficient. Food production is back to where it should be. Finally, we have a good number of workers inside the steel mill. 200 apparently. It means we're gonna have a regular constant export of steel. As long as we can make sure we have enough coal. And right now it's running a little bit low, so I would like to have another coal ore processing plant basically. Accelerate construction a little bit by hooking up some more roads. Cannot store or export mixed waste. Maybe the issue is elsewhere. Excuse me? Steel mill. Now the steel mill is probably producing more waste too. I guess I need another technical service. Looks like the single one is not enough to handle everything. Hello Hank. Welcome. No spare waste truck. Huh. Thought these would be better, but I guess the metal scrap being driven all the way across the map to the coal mine, the iron mine, keeps them busy too. So maybe it's not this location just yet. Maybe it's just the waste in the area. Another technical service with more vehicles should help though, because this one has run empty. Should I build a larger one? Let's just throw down the largest technical service we can. It's an industry. The largest technical service we can also means we need to have the space for it. I guess the 8-slot one is fine.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
Okay, so the waste issue is contained within the construction sector, or like the production sector, and the issue is with the coal mine and the coal ore processing. And the steel mill is also at 98%, so getting close to like being overfilled, definitely. Now that the steel mill is running at full productivity, we just have to deal with that waste, I guess. And maybe, just maybe, we won't build these buildings just yet, only the roads and the waste storage. I might need another technical service here later. This one can hold all 8 waste trucks. I'll bring them in already. Or at least like most of them. But yeah, I think a lot of them are now finally having the task to transport the metal scrap, and it's a longer trip than anticipated. Because this has foiled up with like excess metal scrap too. This also is an 8-slot vehicle, technical service, so yeah, having 2 of them now. Good plan. Still okay with the iron delivery. For now. But getting close to like maybe requiring a 3rd train. I mean, if it fully unloads, it goes immediately back to the iron mine. And then the trip to the customs house would be removed, so I don't think we need a 3rd train just yet. Plus productivity up here is also not as good as it could be because of the lack of workers. I guess I'm not sending as many to the train station anymore as I used to. Oh, never mind. I take that back. There's plenty on the train station. Return passenger trains coming back from the village can load anyone here in Sovskoy. Here, 100%. If they load too many passengers, then we might have to restrict that. Maybe the train is getting like overfilled with other passengers. Hello Barbados, welcome. $71 workers. Sounds good. The metal scrap in the waste separation plant could have the same issue. We should handle it with technical services before that. How's steel mill production going? Much better. Although now we're running back into waste issues, so I'm building another technical service to deal with the mixed waste that is being produced. It's not affecting our city, but it needs to be handled. Waste storage here has been built. I need to get rid of the waste inside the fire station, which I should be able to do by getting the technical service to have it in range temporarily. And then a waste truck should be able to be dispatched up here, and then we can reduce the range again. No, looks like they're all getting dispatched now. Why are they sending so many? What are they picking up? Oh, is it not in range anymore and I messed up? What are they driving to? Is it up here? No. Not sure why they all like immediately got sent out as soon as I increased the range. That one is full, okay. Oh, they're okay. They're driving up to the to help with the industry, which I don't want them to. So I'm going to turn that back down. This is its own contained thing. Next research. Secret police. So the solution was just more residents in the city, pretty much? Yes. More workers. The extension of the city here gave us more workers. Many of them can get there from the first tram stop now. So the tram can load the workers from this tram stop. And anyone unloaded at this tram stop is told to walk to the coal mine cableway before anywhere else. So now the cableway has a good amount of workers being carried through it. We won't be able to get the steel mill to 100% efficiency, which I'm not really planning on with a cableway, but I think it's going to be good enough. And maybe we can work on paying back some of the loans. So I had to spend a lot of money on fuel again. We're also loading quite a few workers to make sure we can build up Burial Shop, which is our new village. The one that is supposed to handle the protection of the fire station, and therefore the construction sector here, once we start building that up. Villages everywhere, yep. Kind of. And they're all rail connected, there's no bus routes between them, which I really like. That kind of works. So many workers here waiting to do something. They're all keeping the fire station, like, covered. They're not repairing anything at the moment. I guess we can start, like, bringing repair materials in and maybe tell the workers to start repairing a few things. Delivery of repair materials is going to be quite far. Might affect our rural goods distribution a bit. I'm going to give them more trucks before I start with that. Otherwise our villages will potentially run into the issue where they don't have anyone bringing resources to them. Oh, they're so expensive. The Yak-10 would be almost as good. I'm gonna use these instead. These are just like... no. I'm gonna buy 4 for the price of 2 larger ones. 400k, yep. The inflation levels are basically... we're like 30 years ahead, because we started with this run early start when the prices were not adjusted yet. So our prices were the same as the ones in 1960. I bought 1.5 million rubles worth of vehicles last month and still made 800k in profit. I might start spending research points on my own vehicle production. I haven't done vehicle production in a while. Making our own mechanical components would be quite nice to start out with. Cannot store or export mixed waste, so that's the main concern right now. That the waste is just running full and we can't keep up with the amount of technical services we have in the area. We also have to make sure that if I add the other vehicles to the technical service, this doesn't run into the issue where it only sends one vehicle to the mixed waste storage and it is insufficient. At that point I have to set up another waste storage nearby. So like 2 vehicles can go to external storages and pick it up. We need to keep everything into the external storages if possible, because this is where the recycling happens, where metal scrap can be filtered out. Then it doesn't have to go through the waste separation plant. It's going to be quite a bit of work again for the incinerator / separator. I guess I could use these trucks already, can't I? I could help with things like pick up mixed waste from here, drop it into the incinerator, wait until unloaded, and go back to the depot. Do that once. Do it for the coal mine too. Can alleviate the stress on the distribution offices a little bit before the new distribution office comes online. At least for the mixed waste, I'm not going to deal with the metal scrap. That has to be done by the technical service. It's gonna pick up 24 tons of mixed waste now. Very nice. I will run another route on the coal ore processing plants, and then we've dealt with like 72 tons of mixed waste in all the areas. Will alleviate the work a bit. Actually, it's 13 tons per, so it's more than that. It's 13 per 2, I mean 6.5 per vehicle. So it would be 26 per 4 vehicles. 52, 78 tons. And since this is industrial waste, we know there's no plastic in here, so we can just burn it. And the waste separation can focus on the citizen waste or whatever it gets from the incinerator. It's going to be more efficient that way. If at some point the waste delivered to the incinerator becomes too much, we can still drop it into the mixed waste arrival storage, because this one can handle 50 tons, the incinerator only 30. And that's like kind of a last resort. After that we probably have to build like a large incinerator. Oh my god, this is running full on waste so quickly. Waste production here is enormous. We might need more waste dumps now, because this is seemingly getting to its limit. Means I have to bring the bulldozers over here at some point. Have like one bulldozer here would be a good idea. And then flatten the area for maybe 4 more waste storages. We just have to bring the number back down below 6.5. If we're over 6.5, then they're starting to fill up. Because they get more waste dumped on them before the previous waste has completely dispersed. And the rest, steel, bricks, they can bring in from the construction material storage from the steel mill brick factory. And some boards. Shouldn't take too long. Oh my god, it's filling up again. Sure, why not? Oh my god, Jesus Christ. At this rate I might build like an incinerator right on the mine itself. That is a lot. I might need another technical service. We'll see. I mean, I could also run dedicated routes, I guess, but that's not what I want to do here. It should all be automated. I mean, dedicated routes would count as automation, but they would like conflict with the technical services a bit. Oh no. Hello, Lopo. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Sunday. Don't mind me, just chewing on a cyanide pill. Keeps me refreshed. Oh, sorry, I meant Fisherman's Friend. Did I say cyanide? I meant Fisherman's Friends. Crazy how you encountered a problem that warranted an oh no and an exit plan just as I joined. Yeah, Workers and Resources always has problems and challenges to face. It's kind of amazing like that. Coincidence. Certainly. I have to deal with all that waste. We're running out of coal. Coal also processing plants are trying to keep up, but even the mine is struggling. Looks like the iron deliveries are also not keeping up anymore. Which means the steel mill is running at a good pace, because we're not exporting iron, we're exporting steel instead. Which is a profit gain for us. I'm still scared about when we turn on imports on electronics again. One more delivery of concrete. I had a slow Sunday, just been wasting away. Isn't that what we all do? Every day? I guess not when you're at school, then you're like freaking out about everything. Or when you're with people, then you're just getting distracted all the time, but when you're alone, thinking about life, at an accelerated pace. Ah, okay. I see. Now the transportation of metal scrap away from this area is bugging me, and I don't know if we can solve it. Because I don't think I've left enough room for another extension. We could, but I would have to move the construction office I just built. Then I could conveyor the metal scrap, maybe... No, I can't. There's no entrance here. Maybe on this side, maybe I could conveyor it over there. I would have to move the water pump. Maybe redo the road, but potentially we could have a conveyor entrance on that side. What's that mini car? There's a little car driving around half the size of everything else. That thing? That's a police car, making sure that crime doesn't happen. First time I'm actually looking at the game. Rude. I would also would do school differently if I could go back in time and know what I know now. Yep. I want to keep playing Captain of Industry, but returning to Works and Resources could be nice. Both of them could be adequate time sinks for your time, yes. You've been doing any COI? No, not recently. I can't do both this and Captain of Industry at the same time. My brain is melting. Steel mill is full again. Oh no, we're out of coal. That too, I guess. Completely understand. There's a lot of games I want to play, but the games I do play take up more time than usual because I'm really getting invested in them. It's a very dangerous situation. Why is there construction waste here? Didn't we clear that out? Waste removal. Wait until loaded. It's probably going to convert to other waste, like construction waste in the vehicle. Hyperfixation. What? It's not hyperfixation. Are you going to load mixed waste or are you going to convert it into construction waste? You're going to convert it into construction waste. Which means the incinerator will have to be replaced with the construction waste storage. I mean, we can have both stops on the route, just not wait until unloaded on any of them. I'm in the same situation. There's a lot of games to play, but one has a lock on me. It's annoying, but it saves you money, I guess. Yep, that too. That's true. Why spend money when I can spend the next 20 years playing Workers and Resources, right? Just buy a DLC every couple of years and then we're good. Or like every year, maybe? I don't know. Unless it's a Paradox game and that one costs more than 10 others. Well, the initial game doesn't. The DLCs then will. But that's I don't know when the DLC comes out. It was, oh yeah, on the 17th I think, or 16th. Right before I leave for a couple days. Not for very long. I'm going to visit some online friends. So much stupid waste. What if I get rid of the coal storage and instead put an incinerator here, so all the waste out of the steel mill is pre-incinerated? That means we would have to... Oh, that's the iron storage, not coal storage. It was just nighttime. Means we would have to have a conveyor here, bring it up, bring it over. Actually, we only need one conveyor. This road would have to change a bit. But I need an iron storage, otherwise it's not going to work well. This is basically our buffer for incoming trains. Putting a strain on this area has shown me that waste management solutions were insufficient. And if I want to keep making that much steel, then I'll have to change some things. Other option could include removing the brick factory from this location and just using the trains to bring coal to a different location to make bricks, and using that space to incinerate things. So we could move one factory over. There's no factory connection for the steel mill on that side though. This would be the best location for an incinerator. I might have to, once money situation has been fixed, resolved, I mean we can keep producing that way, but we might have to change a few things on the steel mill setup to increase its efficiency. Let me build a secret police. Can't even build a small secret police until I research brutalism. Never mind. It's going to take 30 highly educated workers to try and start boosting loyalty in university, in the TV station by only allowing people with enough loyalty in those. Good progress. Just a bit more, a few more bricks and some steel, and we have our new technical service. What's the other truck doing? Wait until loaded? Yes. You have the last dump available again for yourself. There you go. So much waste. Incinerating the waste before it gets transported would be a huge boon, I think. So yeah, having that incinerator on the steel mill would work well. Especially with that much throughput, but we'll see if this technical service is enough. Or if I should set up another one for 8 more vehicles, which I do have the room for. It's not really going to get a water truck, I don't think. We only have one water truck up here. That one is not too stressed. Water consumption without running water is decent, but manageable. Sorry, we do have running water. I hooked it up. I forgot. So the water truck could also leave. Everything is hooked up to running water. I forgot. You can make your way to the depot. You can also get another waste truck. Assign the water. Copy assignments. And move the trucks in. Metal scrap, construction waste. Construction waste locally. Metal scrap all the way in the other settlement. And incineration for mixed and hazardous waste also locally. Now we have to wait and see if this is enough or not. But I do need a bulldozer, because I want to make sure we have enough waste dumps. There's none available right now that could drive to our area. They're all in the... I'm incorrect. Some of them are in Sovskoy Road Vehicle Depot. I guess they can make their way over here. Those were the ones that needed repairs. I haven't gotten them yet. All vehicles everywhere, 30%. Trains, 30%. Except the tunnel boring machine. That one may not get repaired. I mean, it's still not looking bad. It's just probably going to take a while to run through the waste again, and then might be sufficient. We doubled our amount of waste trucks now. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. They're going to have a tough time dealing with this. Yeah, maybe I just need another waste storage here to like allow more vehicles to head towards this point for waste pickup. Because they only send out one vehicle per waste type per dump. So if the mixed waste fills up more than 6.5 tons before the first technical service vehicle gets here, we're not having enough vehicles sent to the area. But it seems like we're keeping up, so I guess I'll leave it for now. Yeah, you have to do a trip all the way across the map to... I don't know if I can see it from here. Yeah, Iron Mine. Metal scrap storage over there, because I figured the steel mill wouldn't create a lot of metal scrap, and apparently I was wrong. Still not sure if we should change that. I could, for example, put a metal scrap storage here and replace the coal storage with a smaller one. And we would only have like 1,000 tons of coal for train pickup, which would still be sufficient because it's being fed first from the coal production. I guess that would be the most elegant way to solve this problem. Just reduce the amount of coal being stored here. We would have to empty this out though. Or wait until it's empty. And then during that time no coal could be distributed by rail distribution until we have the new storage set up. I mean, metal scrap is not being produced that much. I guess it just piled up a bunch. Just leave it be. Some technical service trucks have to drive across. What would another way to solve this be? I would need a waste storage. What about the other waste storage that is like slightly smaller and has a curve to it? Are we out of electronics? No, just something else. If I move the construction waste storage as well, still don't have enough room. I mean, I could put a waste storage here, and on this side, get a road through, merge them together, and try to fit them in exchange of this waste storage. But this is so elegant. I don't want to change that. Oh, I have an idea, but I don't think it's gonna work. Like, have a waste storage up here and feed it downhill. Don't think the game would like that because the road is too close. Oh, on that side it might work. Just have the waste storage up on the hill for metal scrap, conveyor it across and then feed it into the building. Like that. If that works, we're in business. Then I can drive the metal scrap up the hill here onto its own little storage over the tunnel. And the distribution office would just remove it. Will we get a connection though? That is the issue. Yes, yes we will. And then the technical services can drop metal scrap in here too, and I don't have to worry about that anymore as well. It's not gonna be that elegant, but I think it'll look kinda funny and cool. We just have a road up there on the hill. Might be a bit asking a bit much. I know you can make it work where the road is fine with this, but this is too steep. Like if I do it in short sections it would work, but I'm not doing that. We do know that we can get a connection to the conveyor, so now we should like focus on getting a road connection up here. A curved road would work. Would also give us more space to hook it up. Probably a brick road. Something along the lines of this. Have to make sure that the conveyor isn't interrupted by what I'm doing right now. YouTube messing with my player again. So that would be where we dump metal scrap. What an elegant solution to a problem. And that'll alleviate the stress of the technical services a lot. And the rail distribution office will be able to load also metal scrap from here at that point. Okay, maybe they're not keeping up that well, so I will set up another waste storage here. Thought I could do without one, but not the case. Brick factory would also be in range over the footpath. I could set up one next to the brick factory, just to make it look like as if they each have their own storage. And it also has the steel mill in range. It'll allow more technical service vehicles to make their way over here. Coal production seems to be keeping up well. And yes, we now have too many trucks that are not being dispatched, because I think one of the trucks from like the metal scrap delivery got sent over here, and it's like taking a long time to make its way over to this area. It probably came from like the like transporting metal scrap and took that long. During that time, other vehicles can still go into the steel mill, but then we're not using the waste separation from the garbage stands. So we'll solve that with a second garbage stand, and it's fine. Still need more coal. And that will solve with a second, third coal ore processing plant. Everything has electricity, don't have to worry about it. Pretty nice, money looks good. Loan capacity going up, so our economy is doing better, and the inflation. But yeah, we're maybe in a time again at some point when we can pay, like, merge the loans, but I'd rather just slowly pay them back. Make sure we always have like 4 million rubles on hand, and then any excess we could use to pay back loans slowly. I'm not gonna do the whole merging loans anymore. Year is 2000, the rest of the world is obsessed with Beyonce and computers. I live in a frozen wasteland with 13,000 other people. I already lift to and from my work at the coal mine every day. After work, I collect scrap metal and wood, so my family doesn't freeze to death. Life in the USSR is good. Very inspiring. Speaking of inspiring, a new village will open up soon. Probably time to charge the heating plant and have people move in here soon. You will hold the highly educated people. We'll have to move the ambulance. We'll have to move the water and sewage truck now. Start bringing water here, I guess. We'll allow workers to make their way to the repair station and start repairing things, because I think we have the materials now. I'll also need some repair trucks. I think we went with the YAG. Not too large.
We have power now, so we can also bring food and meat to the grocer. Still lacking coal, we're working on it. Once the concrete is done, the steel deliveries will be relatively quick, but the concrete will take its time. Yeah, sorry, not the clinic. But send some people to the heating plant, pre-charge it. We're gonna move people in pretty much now. I think people can move in. Maybe I should make sure that the grocer's like staffed. Have like always 8 people here. And yeah, well, let's wait until the meat has arrived, and the food, and the alcohol. Seems like a good idea. And the settlement can start. Three workers only. No heating past 130 degrees. No, let's do 13. Or 15. 15 is I think what I went with now. The conveyor tower is probably too tall, but I'll leave it that way. It looks funny. Some slight irregularities when the planning doesn't quite fit everything. Let's bring some bulldozers from Sovskoy Vehicle Depot over here. I'm still not sure if we need the extension of the waste management, but it's probably a good idea to just prepare it. Have enough room here for 4 more waste storages, maybe extend it out further. Like all of this area could be waste storage. Not going to flatten it too much, but yeah, some of them will have to be put into rough terrain. Steel mill is struggling for coal. Just waiting for the new processing plant to run at better efficiency with the workers we have. 60 unemployed people is not that much. Depends on if it's like all one area or if it's spread out across the city. Seems like it's spread out. When the steel mill will start running again at full clip, we need better waste handling in the area. But just the fact that we're setting up like a metal scrap storage will mean a lot more efficiency for the technical services. But the extra storage will be necessary. Okay, we've run out of electronics. I did not set a warning message for that in the warehouse. I guess we'll start importing it again. It's gonna be expensive. Boogadons probably hasn't run out yet. Oh no, they have. I never set the checkbox for the building though. I did want to run a truck instead of the trains, but I guess we'll run the trains again. Waiting on the first water delivery. After that people can move in, I think. Food, meat is there, as is alcohol. So yeah. Burial Show is now open. Immediate crime. Well, that one has been sitting there for a while. Let me turn off the notifications and get rid of that case. Just do other stuff like work in the clinic, do something different. Yeah, once the settlement is fully functional, at that point we can remove workers being delivered to the area. Hello, Neo Roman Pizza. Am I going bankrupt? No, the inflation is just stressing me out. I mean, once we increase our coal production, the steel mill is going to run more and we'll produce more coal and steel again. And turning on the electronic imports is going to cost us a lot of money in the next couple months. I'm expecting to lose this money the next time the train goes back to the customs house again, because electronic imports are bloody expensive. Still mostly the fuel for us though. But yeah, I need to run more steel export. This is the extension towards the oil field. We are ready to build up the construction sector, which is supposed to handle the oil field construction. And maybe a train loading station for it. Can't you produce it? Electronics? No, not yet. Since we're playing with the low-tech rules, it's quite a few research points away. Hello, Kelly McIlrath. Welcome. I would need to research chemicals, then electronic components, and then electronics. And I think I need 3 techs, basically. Yep, chemistry, semiconductors, electronic circuits. I could produce them with wooden boards, and at some point change to plastics if I want to, but I would need 3 research points. I think our secret police might have... Oh, did the game crash? No, just autosave. Always scary. Secret police has not been built yet. The village is for construction workers. The village is to keep the fire station staffed, so the construction area for the material delivery doesn't burn down. Its intention is to make sure that there's enough people here to keep the material deliveries protected from fire. This will not provide construction workers. We're gonna bring construction workers to a train station nearby. Similar like we did here, where they are sitting on bus stops and waiting for waiting to do something. We can do that on the next stop as well. And then with the materials and the workers, we're going to build a larger town, which will provide the continuous workforce to build up the city and the oil field. Still black and white TVs in the 2000s, huh? In real life communism. Yes. Well, we're importing our electronics, so I guess we're getting NVIDIA GeForce cards now, maybe? It's not all doom. For our NVIDIA heating plant, certainly would make sense to get those graphics cards too. Still a lack of highly educated people, but it is slowly starting to fill up. Not sure where they're working though. Why are you going to the train platform instead of working locally? What are you doing? Maybe I didn't click the worker. Police station, okay. They're just getting settled in, I guess. NVIDIA factory goes per... yep. For sure. Once all the houses are full, I think at that point we can stop delivering workers and it should be stable. Right now we have only 83 people living here, not just workers, people, so also children. And it definitely needs to increase a bit, but it will in due time. $55 more concrete deliveries. Steel mechanical components should go much faster than this part of the construction. We also need to build this conveyor engine. Kinda important to get the coal out of the processing plant. Man, do I like the look of the brick roads. It's gonna be horrible driving up and down here during, like, winter, which is a 7-month season, but it's fine, I don't have to drive up there. Also, it will give me the ability to actually see what the speed impact is when it's snowed in, because this is gonna be the first road that vehicles will actually drive up and down when there's snow. The other sections were pretty short ones retrofitted into the Republic that didn't see much traffic. Or the vehicles weren't fast enough to show us how much the limitation actually was. So now I just have to wait for snow. Then I'll see it. Although in this area currently there's a speed limit of 40. But if it's slower than 40, we'll see. I might get rid of that speed zone temporarily to see if the technical service vehicles can go any faster. Because if they can go faster than 40 on a cobblestone road, that would be ridiculous. Looks like we ran through all the waste. Bulldozers have arrived too. Yeah, it's about the same height. So I guess no more waste storage nearby. A little bit low space here. I'll just run it over to this location and put a bunch of waste dumps in there. One bulldozer is not active right now and going to refuel, I guess. And now the second one is moving too. I'll bring in more from Sovskoy. This is so slow. I'm glad the honking is back. I just hope they fix the audio distance. Even this one is struggling with the mixed waste, which I think is still a reason for the because of the metal scrap. I think a vehicle heading here is currently like after it picked up metal scrap somewhere far away, returning to this place. That's the only reason why we have these issues. Just gotta wait for this storage to be done, and then all will go away. I do miss the 1930s honk. Yep. Yeah, we have enough technical service vehicles, they just don't get dispatched often enough. Because of the long distance that some of them have to drive, which is not ideal. But once the metal scrap storage is in place, like I said, problems of the past. In the future. Five more concrete deliveries, and then we can start with the steel. We're bringing electronics, they just arrived. Don't you worry. No shortages in this republic, no sir. Sorry, no comrade. Yeah, 15 degrees Celsius for the other heating plants too. That's when they stop working. Looks like it's pretty much full, so I guess we will stop bringing workers here now. No more loading of workers on Sovskoy. On Kirirov. Sorry, not Kirirov. Berioshov. That's fine. There just won't be any workers on the line anymore for now. If we need workers on the rail construction line, I can set them to be unloaded on the trip to the area in Kemevsk again. But a couple workers like this would also be enough to build the train tracks. So the bus stops will run themselves empty over time, and then the excess workers will go somewhere in Sovskoy, either to our iron mine again, which would be kinda handy since we didn't have enough production over there, or up to the steel mill, but the cableway station is already close to capacity. At 300 workers in the steel mill, lacking coal. Everything fits so neatly into this area, and then the metal scrap storage just bam, top of the tunnel. Why not? Come on, hurry up with the steel deliveries so we can finish the construction. I feel like there's a larger amount of horns again. Maybe there's another traffic jam somewhere. Can only go 67 kilometers an hour. Glorious. Perfect for a city. Those are going to be the personal cars for the secret police once it's built. I'm going to have them in our vehicle depot refueled and ready to go. Tiny bit more steel, some mechanical components, all storage will be ready. And then technical services will have their metal scrap storage changed. Conveyor engine ready to finish construction. Still waiting on 5 tons of concrete. Is there like something wrong with the concrete plant? Is that where the honking is coming from? Nothing wrong here at all. Since we have our own cement production, everything is basically fully supplied. It's probably all the meat trucks running around, slowing down other road vehicles. Wow, that was an incomplete delivery of concrete of like 1.9 tons. Maybe there was a time when there was insufficient workers in the concrete plant and we're just complaining about that. This is steel. Now just the mechanical components. Construction of the conveyor engine is almost done. Where is that last truck? In the tunnel? In the tunnel. Good. I might set the new task and then reset all vehicles back to their depot, just to like make sure the new vehicles go to the correct storage, not across the town anymore. Well, that should be enough. I guess the other vehicles will come back soon enough. Now the steel, and then the steel and mechanical components for the coal ore processing plant. Like I said, most of that steel can come from the storage directly next to the steel mill. And building should therefore be a little bit faster now. Just concrete was quite the trip up here. And coal ore processing plant undergoing maintenance, slowing down everything else. I believe we have enough technical service vehicles now for trying to restart this with 3 coal ore processing plants. Could reduce waste by like preventing bricks from being manufactured for export. But it also has the benefit that if we use a lot of bricks, the exports will be slowed down and the rest will go into, well, construction. We'll set up like 4 more waste dumps and see if that's enough. I guess we can have 1 more over here. And we'll see how this develops, but that's going to be an additional 4 dumps hooked up right now. Should hopefully be enough. Oh my god, the steel mill could be roaring a lot faster. There's so many more workers here now. Which has me concerned for the iron deliveries. Are the extra workers making their way up to the iron mine again? Does not look like it. Maybe we can set the iron trains to wait until unloaded now. And not go to the customs house anymore. Basically making sure we don't waste any of the iron. It can now all go through the steel mill as soon as we have enough coal. Two more steel deliveries. And then the last construction phase, where the mechanical components will take the longest, probably. Yeah, as soon as one truck enters for mixed waste, another truck can be dispatched. So this should be way faster. They do produce a lot of waste here. But the transportation route is also not that far. In an emergency, like before, we have to set up another waste storage nearby somewhere. But as long as we have enough room for construction waste, it doesn't actually matter that much, because the construction waste will go in here further. And they will send extra trucks to the building itself, so we do have 2 extra pickup points basically when this runs full on mixed waste. Last construction phase. Yes. Steel and mechanical components. And we're out of money again, because why not? Stupid electronic imports. Is the secret police getting close to being completed? Yes.
Говорит и показывает
Those buildings have not emptied out yet, and this time I don't really have a location where I could relocate them to. But yeah, we'll probably kick out people with... only allow people in with at least 25% loyalty. These ones are going to be the ones working in the TV station. We'll run a minimum loyalty in our prisons of 10%, just to keep the riffraff out. Doesn't really matter in Brugudansk because it doesn't have a secret police, and I don't think I'm going to build one here. It's just supposed to take care of an iron mine. I mean, they do run an education there for highly educated people. Might be worth investing in there too, but first, the plan is mass media. TV station. Cars have arrived and they can be moved to the building now. Minimum loyalty here 35%. I think that makes this more efficient, as in like how long the loyalty information is kept, but I haven't seen that much improvement, but I still want to use it, I guess.
говорит
And loyalty requirement in the TV station also 35. We want to push that up to 50, but we don't have that in our city, I don't think. So we'll move in migrants into these two structures to hopefully then have loyal enough people to run the radio station TV station at over 50% loyalty. Okay, let this thing do its job. Maybe have a building with some highly educated people nearby that can like send workers, because having only 60 for the school and the secret police is not going to be enough. This requires 90, this requires 75. Yeah, I'll just turn this one on and flip it over to highly educated workers too.
говорит и показывает Москва.
Okay, we'll see if we can find out what the loyalty in our settlement looks like, and then see if we can use that to boost also university education. 35%. I don't have a house nearby. It's gonna be this one. Minimum loyalty above 25, if possible.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
Okay, we know everything about this block now. Don't know if the other houses are in range. Everything should be in range, so we'll see if they keep information on all the buildings with one secret police. I only really need to know about the highly educated people houses, basically. The other ones don't really matter to me too much. So everything in this area back here, I don't care about. Technically, I just need to keep these filtered. 37% loyalty is actually pretty high. I'm pretty happy with that. There are some people with 40% loyalty. We don't know your loyalty right now, 36. Some have 40.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
Well, I guess then we're gonna push for 40 and see if that has a positive knock-on effect through education and media.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
I want to reduce the amount of people with low loyalty in the TV station. There's still people with unknown loyalty working here, which are the ones from the tram stop, I assume. Nope, they're also set to 0. They should go anywhere else. Where are they walking
Говорит
in
и
from here?
показывает
I did extend the footpath, but there's no building with highly educated workers down that way.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
Don't reach that building. This one sends them to the TV station last. Any other building first, which includes the train station and other buildings, so it shouldn't really have any unknown workers work here.
Показывает Москва.
There's a lot of unknown loyalty people working here. Where do you live? Here. I guess the secret police hasn't made its way here since some time. Might be struggling with the size of the city. Yeah, it's going over here now, so these become uncovered basically. So I would need another secret police in the other part of town to make sure everything is efficiently covered. And there's the money again. What can you do with metal scrap anyway? If you have the research, you can smelt it to steel. You can, with the technology steel recycling, smelt 36 tons of metal scrap down to 19 tons of steel. But we're not producing that much metal scrap to make... Well, with the steel mill, maybe. If I check waste production from industry for this year, 240 tons of metal scrap, which is about 120 tons of steel. I don't think it's worth running another factory for that. But in the future we could combine the metal scrap from the iron mine and the metal scrap from the steel mill, send it all to a certain place instead of the customs house, and just, yeah, make more steel out of it. Coal ore processing plant is done. Why do you not have any coal? Where's the coal? Coal ore, I mean. It's coming down via this conveyor. You have the wrong... Oh my god. Disappointed noises. We need to take down the conveyor. This one has no connection whatsoever. I guess it's going to take a little bit longer. Export money is going crazy right now? No, I just took out another 4 million in loans. It is definitely not. Metal scrap goes this location too. You just didn't see me click the button. I was so fast, it looked like I was having a good economy. Well, I guess we have to rework that conveyor. Put in another conveyor tower. A splitting one. Shouldn't be too difficult. There's enough room here. Just bring it out to that side, hopefully. And then we'll get coal ore for processing. Do I really run another secret police here? I kind of feel like I have to. I mean, let's wait until this one like becomes efficient and has enough workers. Right now it's only running at like 50%. I wonder if one might be enough. I don't know. I feel like the lack of workers is hindering things a bit, and that's for the not having enough highly educated people in its location. Oh, now we had an export. There we go. Now it's looking better. But yeah, it fluctuates back and forth. Running steel export leaves a lot of time in between where nothing great happens, and then we get a massive export of steel. Where does this road continue to anyway? This is much higher up. So the road would like go up here, curve around. I don't want to put like a bunch of waste storages over here, but there's nothing else. No, there's no production here, it's just waste. We could import nuclear waste and store it there. Put it into a storage, have it burn down. Put it into our waste recycling and everyone gets irradiated. Guess one conveyor connection got missed. Looks like demolition is done. Still doing bug reports. Yep, no problem with the connection here. Absolutely fine. Perfect. Let's accelerate things. Hook it up with a dirt road for now, get it built, and then upgrade the road after. The conveyors will be quick to build. Conveyor engine will need some groundwork done. And then the coal ore processing plant can start working. Yeah, that looks pretty good. And then hopefully the coal situation will also be resolved, and the steel mill can use its 360 workers now, apparently. Nice. Still leaves the issue open for how do we bring enough workers to the iron mine, because Pugodonsk is not that large, only has one heating plant. V3S water truck in Tolmasnoy. I decided to use some more modern ones, and then reverted back basically almost immediately. That's the metal scrap. And we're waiting for 50% metal scrap? Oh, we don't have a... it's not directly connected to the platform, that's why it's going to send trains here every time to load the metal scrap. Yeah, that's the other problem. I think I'm going to use a dedicated train for that now. We're not going to export metal scrap from this. That's unfortunate. How are we gonna do this? Wait until loaded for just metal scrap, I guess. Construction waste is still gonna be handled by distribution. Oh, these are now from 1958, so they're actually fairly late. Interesting. They were 1900 before, but I guess they changed that date now. Meaning that you actually have to use the other train cars. I'll make a train that goes to Bugodon's iron mine, loads all the iron available, then goes to the steel mill, waits until loaded for iron basically. That's what we're gonna do. It's gonna block one of the stations. There's such little amounts of metal scrap being delivered here that yeah, I don't know if that's sensible or not, but that's what we're gonna do. I mean, the steel mill is not running at full capacity still. We're still waiting for the other conveyor to be done. Which is almost complete. Just some mechanical components. And the workers are already on the construction site. Okay, we'll have a short train dealing with the metal, I guess. I don't know if this produces more metal scrap than the steel mill. I would assume so, so it would make sense to have this as the last stop, but we don't have that much space for trains here, so I'll just go once, pick up whatever metal scrap is there, and then wait until loaded at the steel mill. And then bring it to customs. Yep, distribution offices without the storage directly connected are not great. Which makes me think that I might have to move the storage and attempt to get it directly connected somehow, but I was glad that I was able to just connect it, I guess. That train will not have to run very often. It's your own direct train. Alright. Only waiting on the conveyor now. The tower is gonna finish first, or like not last. And the last conveyor can't be built without a road crane, so it's gonna take a few more workers to finish. Excellent. And then the other ore processing plant will actually start working for us. And our coal storage should hopefully fill up again, which we will see when we look at the steel mill. Because this coal in the steel mill has to fill first before the storage will fill up. And that should happen as soon as the construction is done. Well, as soon as the construction is done. Yeah, as soon as the construction is done, because there's already workers in the processing plant waiting. And we have more coal than the steel mill is using, which is good. That's how it should be. Now the question is if the coal mine will keep up. But we'll see. At least the steel mill can currently run at full efficiency, at however many workers we bring to it. How much are you paying total on your interest rate? 2 million per month. Are we paying as a return? Yep, the iron train's waiting until unloaded is I think the right choice. Or just run more steel export. Might need another bus, we'll see. I think the limiting factor might be the throughput of the workers through the area now. Is our new settlement running fine, or did it collapse? I mean, the heating plant is still working. Bunch of complaints about missing stuff. I never built a kindergarten, did I? Nope. No kindergarten here. Wait, is that true? I guess it is. Well then I guess we have to build a kindergarten. I even mentioned it in the planning, but it never happened. Get the building built, the footpath built, and then everything should be in order. $4.3 million spent on vehicles this month, last month. Okay, all resources are present in sufficient numbers again. I think the next thing that's gonna run dry is gonna be the iron at some point. Which means I will have the warning set here if that happens, and then we have to see how we fix the worker situation in Bulgodonsk, I guess. So I thought we would be bringing more workers there by train to just work in the iron mine, which is happening partially. But kinda need more. I mean, there's a lot of workers waiting here who should just walk over through the cableway. I mean, iron is still piling up, I guess. This one will run empty first. If the steel mill draws enough iron, then we'll have a little bit of time to react.
Говорит и показывает Москва. Говорит и показывает Москва.
Yeah, I need a loyalty boost, man. Let's try 35 instead of 40. I don't know if more people are better. I don't think so. Not with no propaganda boost. I do have to have a minimum amount of loyalty. So a new settlement sufficiently large enough to also give us a research point? Not yet, 186 people. All housing is filled, but they're not having offspring yet. Could build a couple more houses, I guess. Ten, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 17. Yeah, they just moved in. They just need to like adapt, I guess. Give it some time. Oh my god, the horns everywhere. You're not supposed to load metal scrap here anymore. Did I set the wrong one? Yes, I set the wrong one. I set the iron mine. Oops. Which one are we talking about? Steel mill. Coal waste. You. No more metal scrap for you. Can you turn off the horns? No. They are not. They got added in the last update, but they're just too loud. Like, they don't reduce volume if you scroll away from them. So currently we hear all the new horns, the new old horns, from any distance. Which is, yeah, a thing. Whenever a traffic jam happens and a vehicle gets stuck behind another vehicle, they blare their horn. And if there's no volume decrease, then, well, you can hear it from anywhere. I can hear that it was slightly to my left somewhere, probably in Bogodonsk or somewhere, I don't know. But yeah, shouldn't be audible from that long distance. I think it's mostly our meat trucks because they only drive 30 kilometers an hour. Oh, speaking of, I want to see the speed that they drive up the hill with metal scrap. Boom. Good. It looks like it's limited to 20 instead of 40. So it is significantly slower. Yep, it's at 20. Okay, good to know. So brick roads are a little bit bad. More steel export, come on. Where's the next train? Has the other one arrived back at the distribution office? Yes, the wagons are here. Do we need another train? Because the metal scrap train... No, there's a train here. That one will be dispatched to export steel soon. As I was saying. So this is hopefully now our moneymaker until we set up the oil field, because oil is just fluctuating like crazy. We're at 9,200 rubles per ton of fuel again. The oil field would work. I think I'm going to take a short break. It's been a 7-hour stream, Jesus Christ. I need something to eat. So I'll put myself on BRB and I'll BRB. I want to put a pin on chat so people know. I'm planning around 15-20 minutes.
Alright, we're back. Sort of. Hello, Super Dino. Welcome. That is such a small export. It looks like waste management is now fine. Technical services seem to be able to keep up with it mostly. Okay. That one incinerator doesn't have a waste storage, does it? It stores in there too. I guess that explains... No, that doesn't explain it. The incinerated waste does not go in there. It's just 15 workers worth of waste, and the other waste is from the industrial waste from these two plants. We do have sufficient coal again. Coal ore seems also okay. Seems like all of that is in place. Metal scrap train's gonna park here for a while. But yeah, the other one waits until this one is at 300 tons before sending out a train, so we got time. The other train will probably handle all the metal scrap from this time on. 122 workers making their way over here, not bad. We're full on iron ore. Do I send out another train for iron and set these to export again? That would be more money. I mean, I guess set them to export first and then see if we need another train. When we're not building, finances look good. I would like to pay back all the loans, but I don't think the game's gonna let me. As I was saying, oil price increase. $194 citizens in the settlement, slowly growing. Kindergarten will probably boost that a little bit more.
This construction sector. Free construction office could basically be moved. There's no excess workers here yet, because all of them can go to the fire station, as they should. Oh my god. The honking. It's a nightmare. We'll have to bring in a high voltage wire across the mountain from Kirirov. Basically past the village and then direct route. I don't want to draw it along the train tracks if I can help it. So there would be a turn off here. Construction deliveries for 157-ish meters via distribution office would bring the materials of open hull, no gravel, we're going to produce that locally, but bitumen. I guess we could have a small fuel storage in the area. Cement, meat. It's not really a construction material, but if we have a small town here, I don't want to drive the meat all across the map by truck. How are we gonna start this? Maybe let the rail construction do its thing first. This is pretty much set in stone here, we will have to wait for a junction. Well, they can start building from this already, with the few amount of workers that they do have. The construction offices would be built around I really wish this one. Yeah. Construction office is built around here. They drive out to a material storage, construction materials like concrete, whatever, and then they drive out and go wherever they need to go. So right-hand turn into material storage, delivered to by train, and then go out and do construction work. Having to do a left-hand turn to get out onto this road is fine. But at least all the construction office vehicle traffic in one area that we don't have to worry about. Question is how much space do we need to give them? Because I think we're going to have a dump truck construction office, covered hull, probably, small warehouse, definitely. It will probably also give us the option to have a distribution office in the area, bringing the repair materials to wherever it needs to go from within here. Although they were doing fine with the rural distribution office, I guess. How far is this from where the city is supposed to be? 3 kilometers, that's manageable. This might actually be the first area where I will build an underpass for the road. So the train is gonna have like a bridge over the road or something. Well, we're not there yet. So road would go alongside, dive down, come back up. It's going to be a removal of earth, and there's going to be a train bridge across. I think. Maybe even here, before the junction for the train track happens on this side. So the road could weave underneath. But I do need enough space for the train to do its turn. I guess if I do that tunnel, maybe we can have the construction sector on this side then. So the train track goes across the road and then comes around here, and we have all of this space instead of like trying to fit in everything here between the road and whatever. Yep, I think that's what's gonna happen. So the road would extend out this way somewhere. Would cut across here, but it would be sunk into the ground. Maybe as close as possible, like have a sharper turn and come back around out here. How deep do we need to be for that to work? I don't have I do have excavators here, right? That's only 6 meters deep now, which I don't think is enough. Cut through here and then come back out this way. Already on a right-hand turn underneath the track, I guess. Gotta test it. Test it with a train bridge. If it says it can go across, then we're fine. But right now it's not okay yet. Also I have to move the bridge much closer, of course. I think we need to be at about like 12 meters deep, maybe 9. So we need to be at, let's be at 25. Let's see if that works. Good enough. Is that low enough? Yes, that will work. So now what we can do is like draw this bridge in and then just enable snapping and do the bridge the distance we actually want. And that way we don't have to like worry too much about the curve. It's just gonna preserve the curve it has already. And the road has to come back out here on this side. That's the way I want it to be. It's probably fine. Road comes in this way, turns in, and curves back around. We would have a diagonal section of road here, where the bridge goes across, and then it comes back up here. Somewhere in this area. Is that still going to work? Yes, yes it is. Now we can bring in the edges of this a little bit to make the bridge as narrow as possible. While preserving the height. Bring in this curved track and then draw it from a point that looks like it should be the right space for a bridge here. Let's do the other side first because the lower one is shorter. So we'll draw this one first, I think. And then the other one can be the exact same length. Pillars look pretty good. Yeah. Guess we'll have to deal with that. And we have a nice smooth rail bridge here with an underpass. That looks pretty good, I would say. Looks very organic-ish. And then you can like bring this back in if you need the space or leave it. Okay. The other road could have a junction here to continue onwards to this small settlement. Because this road is going to go to the large one. This one is the one that heads down to the city here, I believe. Let's maybe smoothen out this a little bit more. Is that... No, I think that's fine. What's this map called? It's Siberia from the Biomes DLC map pack. Winter for 7 months. Hello, Scott. And now we can have a turn here to bring the construction equipment down this way and have a lot more build space. Technical services distribution offices can be put here on the left side of the road. And that should work pretty well. I think money looks good now. If this stabilizes that way. I mean, I'm like building over the oil field here. I'm still not overly concerned with the oil. There's a bunch of oil, we can extract that, it's fine. It's gonna all flow down towards a harbor, I think, and then I'm gonna like complain about the bridges I've made. This bridge mainly. Does not allow any ships through. But if we export to the west, then we have to change the bridge. Maybe this one only allows export to the east. If we want to go to the west, we have to build all the way up here and dredge this out. Then this might allow us access to the western border. We got our research point at 218 pop. What am I going to spend it on? We could spend 2 research points on loyalty boost. But I'm still working on that happening without it. I could save it. I could go towards mechanical components and get into like vehicle manufacturing. I could try and make my own electronics. I think like the Siberian map always fits just like the bare minimum of resource extraction and some heavy industries with a lot of imports. Yeah, some people here have 40% loyalty, which is quite good. Unfortunately, I can't set that as a checkbox to require at least 40% loyalty to move into the building. Let's prevent people from... Wait, which? Oh yeah, the other two. Let's prevent people from moving in here briefly. Then once we have like room for 90 people or like 50 people, gonna empty out these 2 houses and replace them with foreign workers who should have a lot of loyalty. Shouldn't take too long, like this settlement should cycle population fairly quickly. Couple months, like a month or 2 maybe. Do I need to bring more workers? There's a lot of workers at the train station. And way more at the cableway. Okay, we have to run a bus route up here. With the best bus before 1960 that I can think of. This one's too close to 1960. I'm gonna go with this one. We're gonna run 4 buses, direct route from the train station to the steel mill. And yes, we have a little bit of an oversupply of workers now. I'm pretty happy with that. I could also hook this up to a road and pick up the people from the cableway station directly. But I don't think that makes sense. That'll increase production even more. We might have to then provide another steel export train, another 5 wagons, and maybe turn off the brick exports. We'll see how much it does. Let's wait for those vehicles to get there. This is something I should do at Bugudonsk, where the train tracks cross basically the road, but retrofitting that into an active network with no other like alternative connections is not going to happen. A little bit of a kink here, but sure, we'll smooth it. Okay. So that would be the road exit, leading onwards through this open valley towards the future city, which is supposed to have a harbor. Apparently. Don't think it's gonna have any airfields. Do we have enough workers in the rail construction office? Oh, what's here? What's going on? Oh, I think I know what. Yep. My mistake. The train picked another lane to get here. Funny. Alright. But now the construction trains should wait behind the signal until they actually have a path to leave this area. Oh my god, okay, that's not gonna fly. We have to correct the signals here. Maybe after that train moves through. Okay. A little bit of a traffic jam, but it still means we should have enough, like, tiny amount of workers here. Yeah, that's fine, that's more than enough. Coal price increase is fine for us because we export some bricks and make our power ourselves. There are no coal imports, I think. The amount of resources we're importing is fairly small again. It's mainly electronics and the fuel. Coal ore is down. I need another bus here on this route too. That was inevitable. Well, first we're gonna bring more workers to the area. No, still no. I have an end station here that I can use for that. And then we'll get 2 more buses to run the upper route. That is struggling to bring enough workers to the coal mine. Well, struggling is maybe the wrong word, but we need some more coal ore. I guess struggling might be the right word. Sure. This will be a lot more workers now. And those buses should also be quite fast through the tunnel. Means fewer workers going to the iron mine for now, until the buses have like balanced themselves out a bit. But yeah, consistent flow of workers by cableway. We could increase it. We could set up a second cableway that would like definitely bring enough workers over. How's the situation looking with like open flats, so I can move the highly educated people into other houses? Let's get that done. Anywhere is fine. Okay, first building. And the other one. And then people can move in again except for these 2 houses. I'm gonna fill those with migrants from the east who should have very high loyalty. It's gonna be expensive. $800,000. Very good loyalty. Now let's bring the loyalty requirement up to 55 and see if that starts boosting our loyalty. This time it should be better because we're keeping disloyal elements out of the TV station. So maybe we get that positive loyalty spiral going now. That would be nice. Okay, you can have people move into houses again except these 2. Because if the migrants leave at some point, we're gonna get new migrants. Or if they get too disloyal, then we have to move them out. People here are only allowed to be in this building if they have 50% or more loyalty. I don't think it kicks out existing people, but really good loyalty for those people. Hopefully they can push that onto others. I hired them too quickly and now they need to like slowly organize themselves to like go into the same building because they went to other production sites or other facilities now. I'm not just forcing them to be in one workplace, they can go to another one if that one's full. Alright, let's see if the other buses have arrived. Probably not yet. Nope. Can't see them yet. Should be that one, right? Nope, that's Burgodonsk. Should be... Did I make one with 3? No, that's a different one. This one. Nope, that's the train platform 1. But it should be the same end station. Steel mill... This one. 4 vehicles. Okay. Need to wait for the coal ore to start filling up again. But first the coal has to fill up. And we need more workers in here. Is the waste an issue? Nah, it's fine. I mean, it could be. The second construction waste storage is already filling up almost. But we did pick it up before it did. So another vehicle will be called here, and I guess it takes that much time for one of the technical service vehicles to make that trip. New waste storages for the distribution office to unload ash onto, which it gets from this incinerator that produces clean ash, because we sort out all the other waste that it could have. Construction waste and metal scrap and aluminium. Plastic doesn't matter, it would incinerate that, but we also sort that out and have to deal with it. So there's a lone truck here that just exports it whenever it becomes a thing. Not sure if that's enough waste storages, but I guess we'll keep an eye on it. Coal seems to be filling up again, so coal ore should also be fine because of that. Very few workers on the steel mill now.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
Okay, 50% or higher loyalty. Just get enough actors and moderators going, I guess. I'm wondering about the loyalty tech. 2 research points and we wouldn't have to deal with it anymore. Well, we did certainly have to research the secret police, otherwise we wouldn't have had access to it. Construction here is working fine. This all seems good. Pass through here, past the mountain, around the outside, through development 1 and up to the Western Customs House for oil export, which is where this whole oil field could go to. And then we could, I don't know, maybe import electronics from the west. Make sure that we don't have to deal with that anymore. But yeah, finances seem to be stable now that the steel export is actually running well. 3 years until the oh wait. 2 years until the first loans are being paid off. Maybe we can set up a sewage discharge and a sewage unloading station here and just dump the sewage from the construction sector nearby by truck. The workers would produce some sewage. Oh my god, the horns. What's going on, guys? Is it the meat trucks again? I bet it's the meat trucks. Or you're honking your horn when you're like standing on a rail crossing, because that would be silly. As soon as I go look for them, they stop honking. Great. Wait, that was somewhere to our left. Maybe it is the trams. Maybe it's all the vehicles like honking for the trams, basically. Emergency vehicles like getting in the way and stuff like that. Just coming back from steel export and it's almost ready again. That is good. But I do believe having a couple more train cars might be a good idea. There's the metal scrap. Picked up 95 tons from the other station and now we wait here until we're full. Which is good. They will start dumping mixed waste into this storage once the left one has run full. It's not an even balance, so it's like more of a capacity thing. But the large waste storages don't allow you to have more vehicles sent to them. Maybe that should be a thing. If you set a large vehicle, like a large container storage, this thing, it would allow like maybe 2 vehicles per waste type to drive to it. And there goes the steel again. Like clockwork. Wouldn't it be more efficient instead of needing to stop for water and coal? Can't you electrify your rail network? I can, but my power plants produce 10 megawatts. I don't have the capacity to run electric trains with that little power. Because the best electric trains need like 2+ megawatt per train to accelerate. And I'm not going to put that strain on my electric network. I don't have the capacity nor the saturation on it. Plus I like steam trains. And this run is basically us being permanently stuck in early start. With the newest vehicles we're going to get being close to 1960. The most modern vehicle we have is a tunnel boring machine, but we can't repair it because it became available after 1960. I mean, with the financial, I would call it success. I think we're ready for the new construction area. I'm probably going to set up another train though, like I said. For the potential of export of steel. Because one of them is gonna undergo maintenance at some point, so might as well get that set up. Do love trains, especially steam era. Well, there you go. Coal is quite efficient. We're making our own coal, so and we can pump water out of the ground. They don't need purified water, thankfully. So we aren't really concerned too much about I mean, electric trains without having to stop and like start again would be slightly more efficient, yes. But I'm mostly worried about the electricity. 5 train cars and enough money for another steam locomotive, because they're bloody expensive. I mean, we can have electric locomotives or we can have this. Okay, that's a small one, but slightly faster than the road vehicles. 45 kilometers an hour. What a beast. And occasionally it has to refuel. Wait, you see this? Are you going for 100 million loan? Hello, Willy Ken. Rude. We're actually making more money now, I think, so the loans should be slowly being paid back. I just bought more steam trains, so this month was a little bit more expensive than the others. Can't be helped. Choo-choo indeed. That's 5 train cars on the train being pulled back to the station. I'm gonna assemble a train and then send it to the rail distribution office. Because I think steel is gonna be our most valuable export now. Yep, by far. Wonder if any nation would do a 36 trillion loan. I wish the loan slider would go over 2 million, that's what I'm wondering. Like, let me make this like 20 million, 200 million, I don't know. But yeah, the money fluctuations are going towards the positive side. We just have to be patient if we want to pay back our loans, I guess. What I could be doing is upgrading our train tracks to concrete ties instead of wooden ties and running Polish trains that run 155 kilometers an hour, which are still steam trains, but they would be zipping along like crazy. Could be a good upgrade for our passenger trains, I guess. We're gonna send the distribution office here at 70% now. Because we still have the internal materials, so should be able to fill the trains regardless. I guess the other train is already exporting, and we're... Wait, what? Is one already, like, transporting steel? Yeah, one of them is returning from the steel export right now and hasn't made it back to the distribution office yet to be sent out again. So I guess 2 trains is gonna be a good idea. Maybe 70% is gonna be too low then, but we'll see. Increase the amount of workers at the food factory slightly. I wonder if the rail distribution office vehicles move around the outside, because I don't think they do. Ideally they would. Okay, that's not fun. Remove that one. And that one. Well, let's see what the industrial area looks like. We can get to see a tram going over the bridge. Winter 7 months long on this map. Is it possible to grow own crops? Yes, but you have a reduced output. I'm importing them by train. I'm not bothering. Save. Coal piles maybe a little bit close to the track, but that's fine. Yeah, that works for me. Just as the steel mill runs full. Sure. We'll have a second train, make sure that doesn't happen. And maybe we can pay back our loans now. Again. With patience. Yeah, it's fine. We don't really import electricity, we're exporting it. It's gonna give us a little bit of penalty interest, but other than that, it's fine. Thanks for the info though. How are the technical services doing? 3 vehicles parked, 1 vehicle parked, okay. And the waste storages are not all maxed out, right? 94% is quite high. I guess the transportation to and from the coal mine is a bit of a problem, but as long as we have enough construction waste storages, I guess we're fine. Because as long as they can dump construction waste in here, it'll be fine, and the internal one can act as a little bit of a mixed waste storage in that case. Ideally, I would set another one as construction waste, I guess, but don't really have to. Because the initial trip is so far, the vehicle has to start driving at the technical service first, and only once it gets to the waste will another one be dispatched. That takes a while. But yeah, it works. Could be a bit better. I mean, we could run a direct like waste route of having one truck wait until loaded for mixed waste and dump it into the incinerator. That wouldn't be a terrible idea. Would certainly alleviate the stress on the technical services a bit. But they're not fully under like load yet, so I guess it's fine. Do I make another one construction waste? I think so, yeah. So now the mixed waste goes into the internal storage, and once that one is at 6.5 tons, it'll send a truck to the building it's at. But it shouldn't dump any construction waste in here as far as I know. Maybe it does. Maybe all the waste it can't deal with doesn't get recycled. Maybe it still puts the construction waste in here. Guess we'll find out if the number of 20% starts going down or not. As it empties it out over and over again. It should be thinned out otherwise. If it doesn't, then yes, we're gonna set a dedicated vehicle to always remove the mixed waste. Seems like it's not recycling it. Then I guess I'll reduce this again. Seems fine. like it that much. It looks fine. So there were no real settlements planned here in this area. Just the road going through towards the next town, basically, whatever that might look like. But that is like to be determined. It's just a reminder that there's a road supposed to go through here. All of this is oil field. This could be the harbor area for oil loading. We might have to set up a road going towards this place so we can dredge it out to allow us access to the Western Customs house across the border. I would have to remove all of this by excavator or bulldozer, dig through it. That way I wouldn't have to deal with any bridges at the moment. Could also go around this bay. I mean, this is a nice harbor location, I think. But so is this one. If we have the city here, move the train tracks into this location and make this the industrial harbor. Could have an oil refinery in the future. Those are options. If we build a sewage pipe, it would have to be dug down underneath the train tracks and then probably discharged somewhere near Beryoshov. Or go all the way along the road and go towards the city. And that is for the new town that we're planning after the construction sector has been built. Said construction sector is still in planning phase. So we could flatten this. Train tracks would go down here, have deliveries on this side, and buildings could like have a turn-off point, a junction here, go below the train tracks and use all of this space. So we would have the construction materials close to the road and the construction offices behind it, basically. They go to the material storages and then go out onto the road to build our future settlement, which is hopefully all in range of the fire station. And maybe we need a few more workers here. Or limit the workers in like other facilities like the grocer. Where are they? What are they doing? Repair station. 5 workers max. Send workers elsewhere. So yeah, we might need a few more houses in this location. I think heating-wise everything here was fine. Pollution was impacting them as expected, but not too much. Get rid of this free construction office for now. We don't have the workers here anymore. Looks like we're making about a ton of steel per second. Which means 60 tons of steel per day? Times 30. Doesn't match, does it? Not quite, but the production did increase near the end. I guess we can check for this month and go all the way to today. Or we can check the last 2 days, I guess. Another steel export incoming. Good, keep doing that. How many oil pump will you probably put down? I think we're gonna go for like saturation for that oil field. Extracting as much oil as possible. I've been running 2 oil pumps, which have been keeping the fuel price at bay, and it's always like looming over my head that at some point it's gonna be like a problem. So in this case, we would start turning the oil export up until the fuel price has been crushed into the ground. Oh, we're super rich, but there's so much oil here. This whole area is basically covered in oil. Even the construction sector location has like oil. That would be so much oil production. We've been running our Republic pretty much on 2 pump jacks. And I can place probably like more than 50 here. The radius is not how much it actually uses up. It uses half of the radius. And then you can place another one, and another one, and another one, and just like use up all the oil here. It will be a bit crazy to hook all of this up, but I think it would be all pipelines going into an oil harbor with several storage tanks probably. Would it be worth researching the oil export pipeline? I think it would be better just to run it by ship because I want to go to the west. I think the oil export pipeline in such rough terrain is not that helpful. Because yes, we can bring the oil pipeline to here, maybe here, and then where next? We need to pump it somewhere with pumps, and they need to be connected by road. And you still have to get to the western border somehow. So in my opinion, dredging this out and gaining access to the western border for oil exports by ship is probably better. If you have flat terrain, like on the Poland map, it's probably more sensible for an export pipeline. Maybe even an import pipeline from the east and then exporting to the west, just pump it straight through the country. But not here, I don't think so. And also not like bringing it by ship to the border and then running it through with a pipeline. If it's on the ship already, just send it out. Well, at least the passenger trains are working now. I wanted to have 2 more passenger trains. Maybe once money recovers a bit more. I've been getting bullied on stream for my loans. They're so pretty though. Having another steam locomotive or 2. What's the worst that could happen? We gotta spend it, like, they're just gonna get more expensive. Inflation, 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 it's just gonna get worse. And the loans we take out now are gonna be worth not as much in a couple months. So, whatever stream says, no. We're gonna need more loans. It's already been getting so expensive. 8 passenger wagons. I need another loan. We're spending 10+ million this month on vehicles, 11.7 million. It's gonna be worth it. Well, it's mostly stabilizing our, like, citizens in the villages. Nothing else. I feel like they should benefit off of it a little bit. Okay, they'll just be thrown onto the line and then they can run passenger wagons. The network isn't screaming yet about having too many trains on it. And I mean, we're building it out. We need more trains the longer we make the passenger line. Mostly in the other direction, going back to Volgodonsk. That one. Adding a few more trains again will increase the amount of workers in the iron mine. Making sure we don't run out of iron here at some point. Right now it looks absolutely fine though. Very happy with that. Okay, let's put the other trains on the network. It's gonna be the one with 17 stations and 8 trains. That's a passenger train. I wonder if I'm gonna hit the like the limit of stops on that line at some point, because that is a real possibility that could happen. I also have to set up like a more central warehouse because we're getting close to the center of the map with that extension. You can see that we're developing past the center of the map, which is these 4 squares, I would say. And if we go around this whole thing, we could go to the Western Customs House up here instead of going to the east. Could build this train track out all the way and then just hook up over here. I remember having like a logging camp in that location at some point, I think. Was that the right one? No, it was a different map. I think, no, that's something different. That is pretty nightmarish to hook up, actually. Very bumpy. I have to do this next time, I think. This will require some rework. I can move some bulldozers over here, some more terraforming vehicles though. And all of them can be on the right side now. Because then they're not going to get in the way of the planning. This will be utility items over there at some point. Okay, Sovskoy coal mine bulldozers can be moved over here. I wish I could select the building that they're in from within the vehicle, but that's fine. Remind me, what map is this? Siberia, from the Biomes DLC. Is the export train gonna do a right-hand turn? It is not. Which could at some point like impede passenger traffic if there's too many trains running this way, but we only have like 3 or 4 trains running at most. Oh wow, we're almost pushing the limit of the steel mill. Are we suffering pollution or something? Life expectancy of 75 here and 70. I think the heating plant together with the steel mill might already introduce some pollution issues towards the city. Not too much yet though. Let's try and restrict loyalty to 65. Because I think we have so many moderators here that we can pick and choose the most loyal ones for now. I need to relocate the disloyal people out of that building. I guess, wait, maybe I can force that. If I only allow loyal people working in the radio station and no one else, then the disloyal people will be unemployed and they might start leaving. That's kind of mean. So all the unemployed people do not have enough loyalty to work in the TV station. Let's try 60. They can still work as staff, but not as moderators. Maybe I should spend the 2 research points on getting the loyalty boost. Okay. Do a footpath upgrade, and we'll probably do the one to the pedestrian underpass right after. Actually, do it in the same step. It's fine. And then the one on the other side too, because they can't use that one right now. Might as well. This area was struggling a little bit with heating, but I still think it should grow. We do have the option of more heating pipes off of this place. 2 more. And 1 from that side. Closest heat exchanger is this one. So we would be sharing heating between 2 heating plants again, which is good for the area. But that one shouldn't really be at any sort of like excessive capacity because there's only low density housing here. I guess it's quite far away, so the 2 heating plants overlapping would be the best solution for this. Yeah, that looks decent. If I build it here, we can also place some more houses on that side together with this heat exchanger up to the tram stop. I'm sure the heating pipe can reach that far. Guess we'll find out. No connection off of this though. Thought I could sneak something in, but nope. That means we need a footpath connection around the outside, past this, and that will be fine. That would be pretty much like a straight connection. Coal price going up even more. So yeah, maybe it's time for some housing extension on that end with the lower density, or the higher density, low quality setup. We'll set up the heating first. It will have electricity, only off of one electric substation. And that one's running at already capacity, so we definitely have to set up more electricity nearby. Not sure about water and sewage. That one we can probably rely on what is already here. I mean, there's not supposed to be too much, but the electricity being at capacity is a bit much. Could also upgrade the wire, but I think another substation is going to give us more flexibility. I would like a footpath through here. Can we have a footpath through there? Guess not. There's a water and sewage switch, but yeah, they're pointed the wrong way. Wouldn't be difficult to hook it up anyway, but I don't like doing that. I will leave the option open. Do I even have enough, like, electric connections left? So I feel like... yes, we have one left. Actually, we have two left. We're so good. Pre-planned everything. Plenty of spare wires left. What do fences do? Are they just for show? Yes, they're just for show. Make the whole area look cooler, I think. Basically, I think it looks a little bit more organized, because if you put a fence in already, it means like you kind of planned it out a little bit more. But that's just a me thing, I think. Downside of underground electric, it can interfere with plumbing in this game? Yes. You have to be mindful that sewage pipes kind of like always have to go downhill, and otherwise they can lead to issues, and then electric wires can run into problems with that. So there's a way to trick it, which I use often, is to just draw it very close and then it ignores the collision. But you can just go up and down with underground wires and it becomes much less of an issue too, if that doesn't work. Oh gee, I had no idea you can manually make pipes go down without pumping stations. Yes. And wires, underground wires. With the pipes, I usually like to sit on the terrain map mode, that gives me the height. And then I usually draw it like downhill to make sure it goes where it's supposed to. And sometimes you might want to make it go deeper or higher or whatever. Like if you draw it in reverse, for example, have like less of a slope. But yeah, you can do that. You can do that with sewage pipes, water pipes, underground electric wires, heating pipes, etc. You can change their elevation underground. We'll wait until the building is built, and then we can place the footpath after, whatever this is gonna look like here. But let's get the heating in place first. Like we can go down below now if we want to. Dig it down one level deeper. Not get into any issues with wires or heating pipes or other underground shenanigans. So I usually place sewage pipes first because they have the most issues with things. Well yeah, this works fine. This costs more, place it because it's cheaper. Yeah. More gravel, boards and concrete for digging in the trench, but steel and mechanical component stays the same because the pipe length is pretty much the same. It will slowly go up because, well, it's diagonal. But yeah, it mostly takes more time, and some cheap resources cost extra. It's mainly the time thing. Will take way more time. Well, if you go really deep, yeah. That's why my sewage pipe next to the tunnel took a couple thousand work days. In my mind, I said, okay, this water pipe and sewage pipe goes through the tunnel with the tunnel, but of course the game doesn't know that, so it still dug it down from the top to the bottom, and yeah, it took a long time. Coal looks good. Gonna go one lower on the workers in the mine and just see if we're stable or if we have to make an adjustment back.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
So I'm wondering if the people who are going to stay unemployed will leave, because they are not allowed to work basically. And then I can just bring in more highly educated workers,
Говорит и
forcing
показывает Москва.
them to either work as like staff or just leaving. And that way we're trying to squeeze the most loyalty out of anyone who lives in this area.
Москва.
Missing food in Sovskoye. What's going on? We're unloading right now. The train might be insufficient at transporting food to the area, or it was getting repairs. It was not getting repairs recently, so maybe the train takes too long for bringing food to the place now. I'm going to reduce the amount of fabric this train carries. This one. Carries 20% of fabric now in one train car. Oops. And the rest will be 80% food. So as the fabric slowly gets emptied out, it will use that train car for food too. Could do the same for clothing. We barely need that, like 50% on the clothing wagon, I guess. Alcohol seems to be getting used. That is kind of close. Okay, clothing. So it's another 13 tons per trip. Almost 911, almost. Hello, bus terminal. But it was 8.8 out of 11 point something. Oh, that's what you mean. I thought you meant me changing the bus settings, the train settings. Yeah, it is. But we don't know about that. We're still running steam locomotives. Everything's good. Passenger trains being delayed for the resource trains, my god. I could give them higher priority. Probably should. Passenger trains have priority. Oh, this one is a regular signal, no wonder they don't have priority. Oh no. Nope. Definitely not. Otherwise things on the road are gonna get stuck. That is not going to stay, that signal. Okay. ...2001 and still have steam technology. Classic. You do know that Poland is still operating, I think it was Poland, either Poland or Romania or some, they're still operating steam locomotives to this day. They're still being in like active commercial use. Not as like attractions, but like working in industries. Yeah, let me look up the train I'm looking for. Or was it Bosnia? It was in Bosnia, yeah. Their whole cargo. It's called a Kriegslok, as in war locomotive. And they're transporting coal to this day, apparently. So basically their own fuel. I don't think they're just transporting coal for themselves, otherwise that would be a bit pointless. They give reasons why they still use them. I'm clicking a link. Hopefully it doesn't play any audio. What is the reason? Oh my god. Poland, Romania, Soviet Union, Turkey, and Yugoslavia. Still used today in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Financial situations of these mines is dire and that there is not enough money to purchase second-hand diesel locomotives. Hopefully these Kriegsloks will not be replaced anytime soon. So apparently they're running in use for mines who are struggling financially, because apparently they're cheaper to run. Or they can't afford new equipment.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
Might be better to run more moderators at 50% and above than not letting them work. As long as it doesn't run full. Okay, the warning about missing food is kind of concerning because that's, well,
Говорит
our city we're talking about.
Москва.
I guess the amount of people living here has slowly exceeded the amount of food that the train can carry. I don't know if we have any train in a rail distribution office to bring resources to it. Don't think I have the train cars for it. I might have to pull out some other train cars and replace them with some wagons for covered hull goods. More farms or import food? No, nothing. The food factory is producing enough food. It's just not being hauled from here to the city fast enough by train. Transportation is a little bit slow. Because the train goes to the customs house all the way across and then comes back and picks up food and brings it to the city. All being done by one train. I guess we could add another cargo wagon to it too. That would be the easiest way. Sovskoy, yeah. Let's add another cargo wagon. For food. I don't remember which ones I'm using. I think it's the Opel. Same carry capacity. These ones have faster speed, which I don't think matters, but I do have it. Where's the train? I want to look. Yep, Opel, I think. At least they had 90 kilometers an hour. So So we're gonna go for an Opeln or two and just assign them to food delivery. Let's do two. It's gonna be quick. Carrying around 15 tons of like fabric all the time is kind of pointless. But yeah, 2 more wagons of food are gonna fix that, no problem, I think. And if not, we just have to bring some train cars to the rail distribution office to handle that. Pull out some of the excess cargo wagons and yeah, do some reworking there. But definitely no farms in Siberia. That would be a bit bad, I think. Would be hard to manage. Okay, just food on these, please. And back off you go. Customs house, then citizen goods at Bugogodonsk, because that city makes clothing. It should really be called the clothing area, not the gravel area. But this warehouse has excess clothing for our train to pick up and transport to Sovskoye. Then it goes to the food factory and distillery, loads materials here, and then on the return trip it unloads them at the city's warehouse. And now we can transport 91 tons of food, which will hopefully be enough to keep it satiated. We're not importing food, we're not running farms, we're importing crops by train and then producing our own food. Because it's cheaper than importing food. But without the rail network it would have been more expensive. Because importing that many tons of crops is quite the ordeal. We're not exporting any food or alcohol either. It's just for domestic consumption right now. I kinda grew numb to the honking, I gotta say. I just realized that the cars were honking like crazy and I didn't even notice anymore. It's gotten that bad. And honking will drive me insane. I'm sure they're gonna fix it before the version goes on to the productive branch, or like the release branch. Is there an option to manually adjust the car audio? Or they have to patch it? They have to patch it. Yes, 3D sound, UI sound and music volume, nothing else. I guess you could maybe find a workshop mod which replaces the sounds, I don't know. That might be a workaround, maybe there's... Or like edit a file to like remove it. But I have no idea about that. Had that issue with emergency vehicles in the base game? The sirens. Okay, looks like we have heating in the area now and more power, meaning that the substation is now at less load. Hello Simon Mulsack, thank you very much for the follow and welcome to the stream. I almost forgot how to speak German there. I mean I pretty much did, but it almost came out way worse than it did. Maybe it did and my brain did. Maybe my brain just ignored it. So this area should do much better now based on heating. Let's hope the train for the food and alcohol gets here soon, otherwise... I mean, this is our last line of defense when it comes to supplying our city with food. So if this triggers a warning, the only material they have left is whatever's in storage of the building. And it looks like there were some shortages, otherwise the amount of visitors here wouldn't go as crazy. Loyalty boost is still not that great. Might have to spend the research points. The one I still have spare and the one from 15,000 citizen on, or the next village on radio and then TV loyalty boost. I mean, I wonder if it has a rippling effect already, because the university is also kind of like told to help with that. Productivity is on the upwards trend, which is good. Loyalty had a nice jump up to 36.5, but that's still pretty low. My god, these power poles are shiny. These are plans. Not decided to place a high voltage wire this way yet. Thank you for the follow, Yagoda. Much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. Yeah, this whole setup is ready now, but I have to figure something out, like if I want to flatten all of this. I don't think so, like the construction sector should not be too large, and it's gonna be partially covered by oil pumps as well. But this would have been not enough space, I don't think. At least this way we can have some space here to work with. Bring the trains around, maybe even on this side, just like bring them around in a wide berth and just hook them up here and have the construction sectors on the outside. Driving across, getting the materials, and then driving to the road. Could work too. Something like that. Just a little bit wider. And then the alternative path is left-hand turn through here, past the mountain, maybe around this outside, and onwards to the Western Customs House for oil export as an option. Apparently we're importing something really expensive right now. I bet it's a train importing electronics. It's always a train importing electronics. How are you doing with food? You haven't had any issues because you haven't really grown much. Yeah, you have plenty of food. If you're unloading 55 tons, it's going to be overfilled, so seems fine. And the resource trains here are now delayed with the passenger trains having priority, which I think makes sense. Passenger traffic is a little bit more important to prevent any unemployment from occurring. Because we're bringing a couple hundred people by train to the other settlements. Just for fun. Looks like all the passenger cabins are basically full now. All the time. So the cableway is at capacity and the extra workers arriving here are by bus. Yeah, what next? "78 people affected by starvation." I assume it's people traveling by train, but I don't know. So all these villages look fine, except that house is at 97? Food is available locally, so you shouldn't have any complaints. Even got 2 grocers in this area. Seems fine. Maybe that's from when Sovskoy didn't have enough food delivered by train and some of the grocers ran out of food. Didn't get any warning messages about it though. I only have one small shopping center for this whole area. I mean, like, in the sense that like this is where clothing and electronics are being sold. We do have a bunch of grocers, but maybe another shopping center could help. Looks like things are pretty stable. Steel mill is running at a good clip. We're having steel exports on the regular, making more money, paying back loans. I think it's time to like maybe pay a couple of them back. I know I'm gonna get hit by like electronic imports again, but sure. In general, we can start paying them back. Got a couple of them that needs paying back. Interest rate is much lower, so it would make sense to refresh the ones we have to a lower interest rate. Went all the way up to 4.9, 4.85, but it rounded up to 9.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
Yeah, the loyalty gain with the small TV station is not great. Takes effort. I think we have to get the propaganda boost if we really want to get into that. But at least now we shouldn't be allowing anyone with low loyalty to work in the station. At least like most of them. We know about almost all houses, but a single secret police seems to not be quite enough. I guess we don't have enough workers yet. This is still lacking a little bit. This building has been 1/3 filled with highly educated workers now. It's slowly phasing out the regular educated citizens with highly ones, and then they can work over here. Maybe it's going to be enough, we'll see. But yeah, I think we accomplished quite a bit. We finally got the last settlement up before the wide open area of the oil field. With a small town, wherever that might be, maybe even behind this area, because this appears to be all oil field. I thought maybe here we could have a town, but if the oil field is that close, then pollution could be a pretty big issue. So maybe the town should be in here, or behind this. Could place it here, I guess. Which would supply workers to then build out this road and plan for a pretty large town, with maybe this as a harbor for oil export. And we would have to build around this bay along the coast, or maybe across, also this way, to then get to this terrain location to dig it out, to let ships pass through here. But that's for the future. And this should be making it possible for us to get to the west. I don't know if there's early start western vehicles, like western ships though. I think they're only eastern ships. So the other thing we would have to do is tear up the bridge for Tuimasnoi to allow ships to pass through here. We'll have to get rid of this, replace it with a different one. Maybe one coming off of this side next to the train track, going across here and then tunneling in and going to Tuimasnoi from this side, getting rid of this road completely. I don't know yet. But yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to using some tankers for oil export, because while we're looking a lot better financially, could still be better. Could always be better. What are you loading right now? Fuel. And there's no train exporting anything at the moment. Didn't refresh my loans yet. There's a train selling metal scrap for 800,000. If you have time, give it a moment. I did pay back a bunch of loans. So being out of money is not unusual right now. The penalty interest is unfortunate, I guess. There's the fuel. But the rest of the money is probably going to go away for whatever we didn't pay. 450,000 is what we need. I'll take out another loan again. That's a 4.8% one. Let's pay back our loan proper and take one out with a cheaper interest rate. There we go, 4.7. I said I wouldn't do this, yet here we are, trying to combine the loans and reducing the monthly rate. No need. Not right now. Anyway, I think I'm going to call it here for today. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Next time, I think, yeah, I have to figure out how to, I have to figure out how to set this up. Construction sector with a train line leading around, and then small town for workers and managing the construction sector, also hooked up by train, maybe even the passenger station here. I don't think so, probably just bus route, but we'll see. So yeah, as always, thank you very much for watching. I wish you all a good rest to your Sunday. Hope you have a good time. Take care everyone, all the best. Thanks Hank, thanks Kratos. And maybe I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Goodbye. We are going to raid. Let me see if I can find a raid target. I forgot. I need to look. Workers and resources, maybe? German, Polski, English. Be right back. I don't know. JD also started streaming Captain of Industry. Let me look at if JD is playing or not, like if he's in startup mode or whatever. He's in stream starting mode. Sure, we're gonna raid over to JD plays, because why not? If you want to stick around for some Captain of Industry, which also involves steam locomotives, but a lot more terrain deformation, please do. If not, that is fine too. There are other streamers streaming Workers and Resources right now. Pick your poison. Take care everyone, and maybe I'll see you next time.